She walks it loud like a thunderstorm, debunking myths with style and form. True crime, conspiracies, her game. Alyssa Jade, remember her name. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest.
Hello, everyone. Happy Easter, Shay.
Happy Easter, MJ. Hello, everybody.
I think my audio went out because I accidentally flipped my laptop shut at the time that it started playing, but I was like, how do I know if it went out? So I just kept rolling, but everyone is saying there wasn't sound. So I apologize. That was really my fault. I flipped close, but it still was playing for me. You know what I mean?
I didn't hear it. I thought it was just me. I was like, maybe I just can't hear it in the studio.
Did it play at the beginning and then abruptly stop?
I don't know. I didn't hear it at all.
Oh, well, sorry about that. I'm here. Hi, Harlot. Sorry, I get so excited to always see Harlot whenever it's an Idaho Live, even though she's here all the time. But it's an Idaho Live. Hi, Angel D. Hi, Justin. Oh, it did. Okay, thank you guys. Hi, Natasha. I hope you had an amazing Easter with the babies. Um, Hi, poor Linda, Holly, Hippie Chick, Amy, Unsilent Bob. Yes, okay, perfect. Thank you, Unsilent Bob. Then it was me accidentally flipping my shit shut. That sounds weird, but hi, crime all the time. C Carter. All right, I am so excited. It's been since the hearings that we've done an Idaho Live, and we got some stuff to go through, and I got a lot of posts. Some Actually, I haven't. I feel like we need to do maybe the next live specifically on pro burgers. Let me know what you guys think in the chat, but um I feel like we should specifically go over the next episode of all of the people who strongly believe that Bryan Kohberger is innocent, um pulling up all of their theories, little clips from their channels, if they're on the channel, posts from the Reddit, posts from the Facebook group. Because when I went in to go from the Facebook group, Shay, a lot of it has been from these pretrial, well, not pretrial motions, but like all the new motions that have come out. And so I didn't even get a chance to get back because there's so many posts in a short period of time. But I'm like, I feel like we should specifically focus all on what their theories are in a single episode.
I agree. I felt the same. I did the Reddit route. I know I
Yeah.
kind of navigate through that easier, and I have like custom feeds, and it was the same. And I haven't really kept up with some of the pro burgers. I'll be honest with you.
Me neither.
I'm kind of gearing up for Karen Reed 2.0. So, like, anything I've listened to lately has been ready for that trial.
Hi, Pro-burgers or pretzels. They make my brain hurt. Happy Easter, Marcus.
But I've heard whatever's happened in these orders, what I can see is a lot of people up in arms that
Yeah.
are pro-burgers.
Yes. But even with the new stuff we are going to go over tonight, guys, it just goes on and on to show you. And I saw, and I'm so mad I didn't take a screenshot of it, but I saw a quote that really resonated with me. Maybe I could find it again because, hold on. It just really resonated with me. But here, let me grab our missing child, and we're gonna hop right into it because we got a lot to go over. So this is our missing child. Hey, you wanna read him?
Sure. This is Eliseo Geronimo Luan. He's been missing since March 11th, 2022 from Lincoln, Nebraska. He's now age 7 years old, male. Both photos shown are of Eliseo. He was allegedly abducted by his mother, Noemi Luan Saucedo, on March 11, 2022. A felony warrant for custodial interference was issued for Noemi on April 13th of 2022.
Here is.
And this would be his mother, 40 years old, female. And
Look at his little blue tongue.
oh, so cute.
I know.
And if you have any information, please call the Lincoln Police Department in Nebraska at 1-402-441-6000.
Hey, Carolyn Cooper. We have more filings and more information, Kelly, and I don't want to like verbally say because me and Shay haven't gone through them yet, but from going through and capturing the some of the posts of what's going on, I'm aware of a good nugget we're gonna get, and I'm really excited. Bill Thompson needed a gag order to stop him poisoning the public information. The damage was done. Spread the facts, not in the PCA far and wide. Thank you, Bogart, for 9 months. Happy Easter, everyone. Yes, happy Easter, everyone. I hope everyone, I missed you all throughout the weekend, but I hope you guys had an amazing day and spent it with loved ones and family if you celebrate. I feel like even though Easter is surrounded, it's based off a religious belief, but I feel like for the most part, everyone celebrates Easter, even if they may not be that religion. Right? Am I wrong? Maybe not everyone.
I think some people may just celebrate it for the festivities with kids and maybe not religious belief, and others religious.
Yeah. So happy Easter to everyone.
I'm
Okay.
actually really excited to get through these because I was trying not to read them, Melissa, but basically these are like the orders coming from the motions in limine from the
Yes.
judge.
Yes. Okay. So here, I want you guys, this really resonated with me when I was going through it, and I want you to see. Not my something's wrong. This. So it says from Neil Strauss, the reason facts don't change most people's opinions is because most people don't use facts to form their opinions. They use their opinions to form facts. And I was like, oh, damn, why does it keep doing that? I was like, yes, Neil, yes.
That
It
definitely
really resonated,
resonates.
right?
Yeah.
We talk all the time about the confirmation bias and how people already have their mind made up specifically regarding this case. And it doesn't matter if you caught him, if you happen to see him as an eyewitness with the damn murder weapon in the hand, you're not, for whatever reason, willing. I don't know why that keeps saying that. You're not willing to accept it. It's very strange.
Yeah. It is.
Hi. Hi, Abby. I've read some, but not all the way. Yes. Hi, King Scarlet. Happy Easter. I know. Okay. We have a lot to go over. I'm so excited. Okay, but hold on. Let me boot out that. There's something before we even pull it up. I want you guys to see this. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting to say, but okay. So Ashley Banfield's out here doing the most. Okay, sorry, Wolfie, cover your wolf ears. I feel like she's out here doing the most. And do you remember when she first pulled out the K bar? Even I was like, whoa! Like she just whipped out a K bar like on TV. And it wasn't that you can't pull it out for an example, but it was the way she whipped it out. Do you remember that?
Yeah, her and Julie Grant.
Yeah.
I
So
thought
I
Julie
guess
Grant was about to cut her neck off. I was like, Julie, put it
yes.
down, woman.
So I guess she did it again, and I saw a screenshot that's real. I'm going to show you guys. It was really funny, but this was the first one, and this is a still shot of Ashley Banfield holding the K bar in between two vacuum extensions. And so people were talking about, as silly as the vacuum extension may have been, look at it when Ashley Banfield is holding the K bar knife. And if he was walking in the dark, and if he was maybe holding it down to his side, right, holding it by its handle, and it was facing downward, is it that far off from looking possibly like a vacuum extension? And I know it's a strange thing for your mind to go to, but if that's the only thing her brain was able to correlate it to, it's not that far of a stretch.
Right. I don't think so.
Hi Tony. Yeah, Andrea, it looks similar. And then I saw this. I saw this and it made me giggle.
Were you in Facebook groups today? They post funny stuff.
When I saw this, I
Did you see their Barbie dolls that they made for the team? Okay.
it says, someone please tell Banfield to calm down just a little. Look at her face and look at her holding that K bar. Yeah.
God love her.
Well, Teresa, if you're willing to come on sometime and you want to give your opinion of why you think there's no way that, I don't know if you're saying that Bryan couldn't have done it, or Bryan didn't do it on his own. You're more than willing. You're more than free to come up. This was someone please tell Banfield to calm down just a little. She looks so crazy holding that K bar like that. Oh my goodness.
Calm your tits, Banfield.
Teresa, we literally do. Is this your first time here, hon? This is literally what we do. We go through every single line of every single document. No, I don't. Okay, so thank you for answering. This must be your first time here, because if you take a look at the playlist, right, we are going through every single line of every single document. So no. How often do you see us playing mainstream media here, guys? I'm pretty certain we don't do that at all. There might be like a family interview or something we'll pull up a clip from, but we go through the documents. We don't watch mainstream. Hi, MK. Happy Easter. And thank you, Jack. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, MJ. Clap some hands for your continued success. Thank you. Hey, Gabble Geeks. Yes. Is that really her face? That's what I'm saying. Someone just tell Banfield to calm down just a little.
Calm your tits, Banfield.
I come here just to have these ladies read documents to make me a bedtime story because I'm too lazy to read myself. Thank you. Hey, Nicole. It's a bit frustrating. Hi, Solo Angel Mom. Thank you, watercolor loving dogs. But yeah, you don't listen to me, and that's kind of what bothers me is when somebody comes in and you clearly don't watch my content, which is fine, but don't make the assumption that because I don't believe he's innocent that I must not have taken the time to read the documents. That's all we do here. And so instead of coming in and just saying, hey, read the documents for yourself, don't listen to mainstream. All right, why don't you tell me what makes you believe he's innocent, right? I'm open to it. Come on up. But just saying something there's no specifics to it, right? You're not stating, hey, I believe he's innocent because X, Y, and Z. In this motion, it reads like this. It comes out, the defense pointed this out. State why. Don't just assume that I'm listening to mainstream and I'm not reading the documents. It's insulting to my intelligence. Hi, Curious Christine. Coffee and skeletons. You guys are funny. The one question I have, how in the world he managed to unalive 4 people in 2 different rooms, 2 different floors in such a short time in a house he has never been in with such a strange layout? Okay, that's a fair question, Peach 911, and I actually have a post specifically for that. But it doesn't take long. So do you guys remember the Apple River stabbings?
Mhm.
And that was caught on camera. When you're dealing with a weapon like that, you can do serious damage in a very short period of time. Now, I do understand, how did he know the move? Like, how did he get around the house? And no, because it is a bit of confusing layout. If he hasn't been there before, 2 different rooms, totally understand. But I think that's why it's critical that we know that he was essentially stalking the house, and he had been there many, many, many times before, at least outside the house in the area. Okay. I think it's going to come out and they're going to show that he was absolutely watching from the outside. And if you go on Zillow or anything, you can absolutely figure out that layout. It's not that hard. And is it so crazy that you would be able to determine what room was in? Or I guess it kind of more aligns with, do you think it was targeted? Do you think the house was targeted? Do you think an individual was targeted? Because if you're going with the theory that I don't think he had any one specific in mind, then it's not really so crazy to think that he went in these 2 rooms, right? But if you're thinking more, oh, he was going for Maddie or Xana, I could understand, well, hey, how did he know the rooms? But again, everything is available on social media, and everything down to like posts. I know Wolfie, like if she looks at one picture in a place she's never been, she's able to tell you, figure out like the location just based off, well, if you look in this reflection through this mirror, you could see the corner red piece of this store, and then you Google, or so I know some people are capable of figuring those things out. But then I'll circle back around to, as far as we know, there's no digital connection between them. So I don't know, it's interesting points, and I think we'll get some answers as we move on to trial. That's a great question, Seabreeze. Would he have been caught if he didn't leave the sheath behind? I think that's a great question, and I really do not know if he would have been caught or if it would have taken a long time, because think about it, the DNA left on that sheath was really the only thing that we know to be connecting him, right, Shai? Like leading to him, not connecting him to the murders, connecting him to figuring out his name for
Putting him inside the house, yes.
Right.
Like his DNA, yeah.
That's amazing, Curious Christine. Thank you for 9 months, hon.
Aww.
So this also says, to those that have asked how he could have done this in just 15 minutes, and because it wasn't just 8 minutes, it wasn't 15 minutes, it was it less than how many minutes are we dealing with, Shay? If he was the
How long do we think he was in there?
12 and
Probably 12 minutes.
20, yeah, about 12 minutes. So to those who have thought, so let's change that to 12, okay? Because I know people will jump on that. To those that have asked how he could have done this in just 12 minutes, I'll give y'all another example of a case. This one just took 20 seconds to stab his victim 13 times. Let me put it this way. In theory, he could have taken 5 minutes for all 4. Yes, I'm accounting for the stairs because the effort could run a 6-minute mile. Now that same 12 minutes seems like a very long time, doesn't it? And a lot can happen in that time. So yeah, there's one villain here, and he alone did this in that short period of time. And it says, breaking, the victim was stabbed at least 13 times in 20 seconds and died in the arms of members of the public. And I'll grab that link for this case because I'm not familiar with this case. But when you're dealing with, yes, the Apple River guy got like 5 or so kids in 5 seconds. And when it's the type of weapon too, that was a K-bar knife. It was massive. We're not talking about stab wounds. We're talking about slashes and gouges. It was major damage in a small period of time with, not significant effort. Like it, very severe damage. Right, KDP. But okay, so I guess I'll wait to go through all the screenshots I have because a lot of them reference the new stuff that we have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
So let me pull up the docket.
We had one in Texas I was trying to find, but now whenever I pull it up, it keeps pulling up the Frisco one, which is not what I was looking for. We had a mass stabbing here that took place like in less than 10 minutes. It was like well over like 10 plus victims. It was wild.
Wow.
14 wounded in school stabbing, 2013. I mean, they just keep going. Like they happen so quick.
So here we have remember when we listened to the hearing, a lot of the motions Judge Hippler took under advisement, and he would make his decision after. Here is just, we have a nice clean for the state's motions: 2 denied, 2 granted, 1 granted in part, 1 granted in redaction. So defense motions regarding the inflammatory evidence, denied as premature. Use of the term murder, denied as unnecessary. So the state already agreed not to misuse such terms. Terms of psychopath or sociopath, granted. These terms are barred unless the door is open. And what does that mean? That means that if defense opens that door on their own, if you guys remember Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, the defense, Amber fucked up by opening the door to, what was her name? What was Johnny's ex name that they alleged?
Oh, Kate Moss.
Yes. Amber herself mentioned Kate Moss on the stand, and it opened the door for a defense to now come in and question about Kate. And they brought in Kate Moss. And so that's what it means by unless that door is opened. So unnoticed 404B evidence, denied. The court clarified Amazon purchases and school paper don't fall under 404B, and the state must still provide notice if it later intends to use other 404B evidence. Improper expert testimony from middlemen. It was resolved with other IGG motions, excluding IGG evidence, granted, joint with state. Parties will craft agreed narrative on the tip that led to identifying the defendant, which, if you guys remember, they said that we won't get into all of the specifics. We'll just say, as far as like the IGG and going in through the back door and finding him on the Ancestry, a tip led us to Kohberger. That's it. That's what they agreed on. We have ASD as an aggravator, granted in part. An ASD diagnosis can't be used as aggravating evidence, but the state can rebut if raised as mitigation. Statistical analysis, granted in part. Misleading DNA likelihood ratio comparisons, barred. Objections can be raised if it happens again at trial. Inconclusive DNA data, denied as moot. State won't present this as inculpatory unless it changes position. So inculpatory means showing guilt. Like exculpatory is, it would point away from Bryan, inculpatory would point towards Bryan. Amazon click activity, denied, found highly relevant and not, found highly relevant and not unfairly prejudicial. Challenges can be made via cross-examination. The alibi evidence, unnumbered, denied state's motion to exclude. Defendant hasn't presented a proper alibi but could before trial. Court will reassess if new evidence arises. So the state's motion for the death penalty comments denied. The court trusts the defense won't use inflammatory language, which means the state is trying to kill my client. Those types of comments. The IGG evidence granted. Neither side will use the IGG evidence and parties to agree on language explaining the tip. So again, not mentioning the FBI going through the back door, according, to the defense and all of that. We have the alternative perpetrator evidence, a ruling reserved that Kohberger must submit offers of proof by May 14th, 2025. AT&T timing advance records granted in part, limited voir dire of agent allowed, otherwise barred due to lack of proof the state has the records. We have the self-authentication of records, ruling preserved, state must comply with notice requirements, parties to meet before raising to court. 3D model of the crime scene granted, may be used as demonstrative aid if proper foundation is laid and defense has time to inspect. The alibi denied, no current alibi is disclosed, defendant may provide one before trial. And the traffic stop granted with redactions, admissible to establish identity and link to crime, portion showing potentially prejudicial question to be redacted. There was... Okay. So, Kohberger trial, court rulings, what's allowed and not allowed at trial. Wins for the defense is the psychopath, sociopath band, no DNA genealogy evidence, can't use autism as an aggravator, no misleading DNA stats, defense can challenge tip that named him, and win for state. Amazon K-bar purchase allowed, prior traffic stop with redaction allowed, 3D model of crime scene okayed, no solid alibi given equals no alibi defense for now. Alternate suspects need real proof due by May 14th. And reminder that graphic crime scene photos and the word murder are not blocked. Jury will see and hear them.
Nice.
All right. And welcome everyone that has come in. Sorry, I've been reading, but happy Easter. Thanks everyone for being here. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't. Okay. We have oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of body cam footage, Kelly, from when they called 911 and they arrived and came on scene. So much to where Anne is saying, hey, we don't need 8 different officers' body camera footage, right? Because that will be aggravating to the jury, right? I'm not aggravating. I'm sorry. It's going to be what's the word again, Shay? It's going to make the jury.
So inflammatory.
Say that one more time.
Inflammatory evidence.
Thank you. Inflammatory, meaning, like same thing with crime scene photos. Like, hey, keep it to the bare minimum. I know that there's let's say 100, but if you only need 50 because the other 50 are repetitive and just different, you don't need to show all 100 because it'll be inflammatory. So yes, there is an abundance of body cam footage, but they probably won't show all of it because it'll make it inflammatory because you're going to have to see where, for the jury, it's going to be a lot. We're talking about 4 victims. It's a lot when it's just one victim. And thank you so much, MK. Thank you. Congratulations for all the memberships.
He looks dapper in his new photo.
I know. I love it. Like a dapper little gentleman.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to wait to go through the post and we're going to go through there's something I really want to read on this docket.
I haven't even opened them. I've been trying so hard to not get into stuff.
Okay. There's something specific.
Is it the Amazon stuff?
Yes, the Amazon stuff. That is correct.
And I'm glad you went through the Facebook stuff because Reddit is more forum based, but I feel like whenever you go through the Facebook groups, you get a lot more funny kind of random stuff in there.
Yes.
And everything that I was seeing in Reddit was just they would have a picture of the document and then everybody's theories. And I'm like, I'm not going there. I can't go there. I see it's there.
Well, and that's a great question, Harlot, because I thought the same thing when I read that, but I was like, I didn't put too much weight into it because someone wrote that out to make it easy. And as far as I understood, defense can't, not that they're just not going to get into the tip. That's as far as I remember, is like it was a tip and that's that. Like, so you defense can't come in and start questioning, well, where did this tip come from, this and that, like, isn't it true that it was as far as I understood, that's where they left off. So that's a good question, but that wasn't like official. That was someone typing out a breakdown. So I just took it as maybe like they got that part wrong. And no, Kelly, it cannot be FOIA'd yet because it didn't go to trial yet and they have a gag order.
Mm-hmm. We're
There
getting
is
the
no
most we can
secret.
right now.
Mm-hmm. But there is no secret about the tip, Angel D, but it's something that they have gone to head about from the beginning is FBI violated policy and my client's rights and constitutional rights by going in and violating the policy to, link his DNA with a aunt, twice removed cousin, who fucking knows. And Judge Hippler said that already you have no rights over DNA left at the crime scene. And it wasn't your client who submitted his DNA into like these ancestry databases, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even if so, that's a whole different court case you would bring up is violating the rights. And even if the FBI violated policy, that's a different argument. The point is that it didn't affect the state's case, and it was just a tip. So it's not some big secret. We already know all the answer, but they don't want to open that door at trial and confuse the jury because the state isn't even using it as evidence presented against Bryan. All of their evidence after they got his name is on their own case. It has nothing to do with the IGG. Hi, so there's that. Okay, so
Ooh.
okay,
I'm ready for this.
so I love how it has the watch hearings live on this and everything. I love this.
Yeah, they did a really good job of reformatting this because when they had all the cases on that one page, especially whenever they had David Hovallo in there, you would get lost trying to find stuff,
Mm-hmm. Where is where would where would that Amazon be? We have the 5 new, but this is state's motion for the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence, the bushy eyebrows, touch the contact DNA, make and model of suspect vehicle, oral rulings in motion in limine, jury instructions, supplemental response to discovery, defendant's trial brief. Where is the
It's
Amazon?
it's it's gonna be I think is it the order of the rulings?
Let me see.
Yeah, the oral rulings.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's oral rulings. I just scrolled down a few
Oh,
pages
yes.
and saw it.
Yes. Okay. Are you guys ready for this? Woo! Hi, Scott. Of course. All right. You guys, there's going to be a great nugget in here. Just prepare. Thank you, Kristen Hunt. All right. So this is order memorializing oral rulings motions in limine. So you want to go?
Yep. Okay. So introduction. So before the court are several motions limine filed by both defendant and the state. Oral argument on motions was held on April 9th, 2025. On several motions, the court rendered oral rulings from the bench. This order serves to memorialize those rulings together with the findings the court made during the hearing. Standards. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would without the evidence. IRE 401. All relevant evidence is admissible except as otherwise provided by these rules or by other rules applicable in the court of this state, IRE 402. Although relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by the considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence, IRE 403, the question of whether evidence is relevant is reviewed de novo, while the decision to admit relevant evidence is reviewed for an abuse of discretion. And then it cites State versus Shoots. On discretionary matters, the trial court must, one, correctly perceive the issue as one of the discretion, two, act within the outer boundaries of its discretion, three, act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it, and four, reach its decision by the exercise of reason. So now we're going to get into it. The analysis. A. Defendant's motion to eliminate regarding inflammatory evidence. Defendant moves under IRE 403 to prevent the state from introducing testimony and evidence that is exceptionally inflammatory, arguing it is irrelevant and/or unfairly prejudicial. The court finds this motion is premature, as with any potentially prejudicial evidence. The court must first consider whether it is relevant and material as to an issue of fact under IRE 401 before assessing whether its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. At this point, the defendant has not identified what specific evidence he wants kept out or otherwise defined exceptionally inflammatory. Issuing an order as requested by the defendant would lack any substance. It would simply require the state to abide by evidentiary rules and prosecutorial responsibilities when presenting its case. The court finds this unnecessary and therefore denies the motion. However, this was a particularly horrific murder, and there will be exceptionally graphic depictions of the victims and crime scene. Prior to seeking the admission of this evidence, the state is required to provide copies to defendant. If defendant believes the evidence is cumulative, unnecessary, or otherwise prejudicial, he can seek to take the matter up outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, I just have to say happy Easter, Heather, and thank you for 43 months. I think that's one of the longest I've seen. 43 months. Thank you so much. I love you, and it's amazing seeing you.
Yeah, they're good to see you, girl.
For shizzle my nizzle, we need to do a trivia.
Oh, we haven't done trivia in forever.
I know it's been a while. But I missed you. Hi, I love you. 43 months. 12, 24. That's over 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I could do math. Dang, Heather, you was an OG.
Did you just do your Owen Wilson wow?
Did I?
Wow. Wow.
I kind of associate that wow with Natasha Cooper.
Oh, really? I was surprised to see Owen Wilson.
It's kind of Owen Wilson-esque. It's Nowen, let's just say Natasha Owen, because Natasha Cooper with her southern accent would go, wow. But I can't do a southern accent, so it totally comes out Owen Wilson.
Love it.
Wow.
All right. So the defendant's motion to eliminate number 3 regarding use of the term murder. Defendant seeks to prohibit the use of the words murder, murderer, murdered, murder weapon, and similar forms of the word murder as applied to defendant. Again, defendant seeks an order requiring the state to abide by the evidentiary rules, particularly the prohibition against argument outside of closing. This is unnecessary. I do love how Hitler was like, are you asking me to put in an order to tell you to do your jobs? Sorry. I just love him.
He's good, yeah.
Yeah, because when this came up, he's like, really? This is unnecessary. The state acknowledges it would be improper to refer to defendant as the murderer, other than stating what the allegations are, and has no plans to do so or otherwise elicit similar testimony from its witnesses. Thus, the motion is denied as
Thank
unnecessary.
you. Good.
C. Defendant's motion eliminate number 4 regarding the use of terms psychopath or sociopath. Defendant moves to exclude any reference to the terms psychopath or sociopath at trial, arguing it as unfairly prejudicial under IRE 403 and improper opinion testimony under IRE 702. The state does not intend to use these terms at trial. Indeed, the terms are irrelevant given the lack of evidence defendant has been diagnosed with a personality disorder or similar mental illness. Their use would also be highly prejudicial. Thus, the state is not to use these terms or their equivalents at the guilt phase of trial. If, however, the state believes the door has been opened to allow the use of such terms, it shall raise the matter in advance outside the presence of the jury. The motion is granted.
Motto. Thank you, Kelly, for 4 months. Lies. I swear I subbed in October 2024. Oh, Kelly, sometimes like it goes by how long you've been a member, but sometimes if there's like a lapse in the membership, it'll shorten it, which stinks. But thank you. I know you've been here for a while, so thank you. That's a YouTube word, poor Linda. I feel like YouTube with or TikTok with the monetization, it'll be like unalived.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, the truth is they were murdered, and I feel like I can understand not overusing as inflammatory in an inflammatory way, specifically towards defense, and Kohberger, and he's the murderer. I understand that, but to say that the victims weren't murdered, that's not fair either, So I feel like Judge Hippler is very reasonable when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Hey, Sin, happy Easter, hun. All right, where are we? D?
Uh-huh.
We got state's motion in limine regarding the improper death penalty comments, which again means that the state is trying to kill my client, those types of comments. So the state moves under IRE 401 and 403 to preclude defense counsel from making what it calls improper comments about the death penalty, specifically that the state is attempting to kill Kohberger, which Kohberger counsel has stated in past hearings. Kohberger stipulates to using phrases that comport with existing language in statute and jury instruction. Again, the court is unwilling to enter an order requiring defense counsel to act professionally and comply with existing rules. As defense counsel recognizes, any such statements would be argumentative and improper. The court trusts defense counsel will comport themselves accordingly. The motion is denied as unnecessary, which I think this reminds me of when Hippler said to Anne, as an officer of the court, not an officer, I'm sorry, as a, what did
The
he say?
officer of the court stuff came up with the AT&T timing advance record. That's when he had to, it's like using her full name.
Right. And it reminds me of that when he writes in this order. I don't feel like I need to tell you to behave. I expect that of you, to act professionally and comply with rules. And it reminds me of that when I read this wording. So we have E, defendant's motion in limine number 8, the unnoticed 404B evidence. So Kohberger moves in limine to exclude any IRE 404B evidence that has not already been noticed by the state, which at this point is only Kohberger's pre-homicide traffic stop. By way of example of allegedly unnoticed 404B evidence, Kohberger notes that the state intends to present evidence of Kohberger's graduate paper regarding how to conduct a crime scene investigation and his Amazon purchase records, both of which Kohberger contends are subject to IRE 404B. So it says, as an initial matter, Kohberger appears to misapprehend the scope of IRE 404B. The rule provides that, quote, evidence of a crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character. So let me just pause for anyone who's not super familiar. Like, let's say Kohberger had a history of domestic violence, right? They could use that to show that, hey, it's not so much out of his character to act in a violent way. He has done it before. Now, that doesn't apply with a traffic stop. It's not establishing that is something like murders are the same as, but they're not using it for that reason. They're using it to link Kohberger to suspect vehicle number 1. They're using it to show he gave verbally his phone number, the same phone number that's going to be associated in this case, the 4858 phone number, and it's going to show his lack of being able to, his ability to be able to communicate with the officers and being coherent and able to operate the vehicle and to understand that he is pulled over for a traffic stop, and the communication with the officers and understanding and asking questions. It actually shows a decent amount in that small body camera footage. And thank you so much, Tiffany, for becoming a member again.
I was just thinking whenever they were going through this, 80% of the population has probably been pulled over for some traffic stop. That doesn't make 80% of the population a freaking murderer.
No.
Or the ones that can drive, eligible to drive,
Yeah. Hi, Chase. Case, thank you for 26 months. Can we get an emoji of K-Bar Nancy? Not Nancy, Grace. If you ask, once I'm able to add another membership milestone, I will add that emoji for you. Okay. Okay. So it says Kohberger takes the position that other acts encompasses any other acts of any nature other than the crime at issue. The rule is not so broad. Its purpose is to govern the use of character evidence. It forbids the use of evidence to show a defendant's criminal propensity. It cites a case, and it says, so Kohberger's Amazon purchases and his graduate paper discussing proper crime scene investigation techniques do not, standing alone, bear on his character or suggest he has a propensity to commit crimes, including those charged. Further, the court is unwilling at this point to preclude the state from filing a 404B notice in the future if it determines its evidence is encompassed by the rule. There are still 4 months until trial begins, well within the reasonably in advance of trial time frame required by the rule. The state acknowledges its notice obligations under the rule and intends to comply with the rule with regard to any proposed IRE 404B evidence. The timeliness of such future notice will be analyzed if and when such notice is given, and objections can be advanced at that time. The motion is therefore denied. So we have, go ahead, you want to read F?
Yes. Well, can I ask to know, why do you think that it will taint the jury, though? Just the traffic stop by doing the identification? I'm just curious why they feel that way.
I don't think it would taint the jury at all. I think that it serves its purpose, which is to link him and his phone, him to the car, him to the phone, and his ability to understand the situation, his ability to operate the motor vehicle, and his ability to communicate. And that's all things that the defense is trying to put forward that he's not capable of doing. So in what way, other than its intended purpose, and it's near the crime scene, thank you, yes, Vic Star, it shows him near the crime scene prior to the murders, in what way, other than its intended purpose, do you feel like it would taint the jury? That's not how life works, Tanel. That's like saying, hey, there is someone was strangled with pantyhose, right? We've had victims that were strangled with pantyhose. Every single person who's ever bought pantyhose should be on a list.
I mean, if it wasn't for his DNA being on the knife sheath, I don't think we'd be where we are today, honestly. I mean, that's pretty clear.
Well, and this is where I tend to get frustrated. Exactly, Natasha. Tanel, can you give a direct answer to what you said? So you said you feel like the traffic stop will taint the jury. Can you give a direct answer respectfully of how it would taint the jury other than exactly its intended purpose? Linking him to suspect vehicle 1, linking him to the phone number, orally giving the exact phone number. If anything, that should make you feel better. You hear him verbally giving that phone number, the same phone number that is pulled with all these records, and it's having him drive in the area, and he is clearly competent and capable. So other than that, how does it taint?
To
It will
bad? I don't
taint
think
them
so.
by linking him to bad behavior and show his awkwardness. IDP agency. No. Respectfully, no. Like, that's to bad behavior. A traffic stop is not bad behavior. And to show his awkwardness is not indicative of guilt.
I get awkward.
Yeah.
Can't stay. Well, they're going to redact the body cam to
It's
know. That's like highly redacted. I don't know if
right.
we kind of read a summary earlier, if you weren't here, that the judge is going to make it very tailored and pointed to where it's only identifying specific information and it's not going to put him like in a prejudicious light.
No. And it's not just about IDing him. It's linking him to suspect vehicle 1. It's linking
Right.
him to the phone
That he
number.
drives that vehicle.
Right. It's showing him driving in the area of the murders shortly before the murder. So all of that, it's like, hey, throw out that evidence because he was, and that's your interpretation. I'm interpreting that he's a bit awkward. And so you're saying that the jury is not capable enough to distinguish guilt, evidence that points to guilt and awkwardness.
Yeah. All right. I'll keep
No, the
moving.
vehicle isn't identified, and Ann Taylor herself acknowledges that's his vehicle on at least one of the cameras. Multiple passes on that camera. Do you get that, to know? Like, respectfully, do you understand that Ann Taylor acknowledges it's Kohberger and his vehicle? Well, she acknowledges it's his vehicle. Why do they have to know? Why do they have to? First of all, they don't need to ID his car. His car is linked to him.
They
Okay.
also have the
His,
vehicle. Sorry, Melissa. I was gonna say they also have the vehicle. Remember at Albertsons of him getting out of it
yes.
that following morning, and with phone pings. Like, so they are trying to tie it all together. I get it's hard to see like 50, 1,000 feet above, but we just got to see how it comes out in
Well,
court.
here's the thing. No, it's not an unidentified suspect vehicle. She acknowledges that is him in that vehicle on the one camera. On the one camera. And if you need me to pull up that hearing and you need me to have you like to play the part for you, I will. So you're saying unidentified. She's acknowledging that's him in his vehicle, but it's not about IDing his vehicle. The vehicle is registered to him. The vehicle is in his name. The phone is in his name. It's about putting him, if he tries to turn around and be like, well, I let my friend borrow the vehicle. My friend, who's this friend? I can't give you the name. Let's just say that. No, it shows Bryan Kohberger driving that vehicle. It shows Bryan Kohberger having that phone, utilizing that number in the area of the murder shortly before. So you can't try to say it wasn't him. Oh, bless your heart, soul survivor. If you're still hung up, oh God, do you remember that card, Shay?
Yes.
Bless your heart. Do you believe Dot is legit too? I honestly, I don't know what to say to things like that. Well, because Harlot, I'll tell you why. Here's exactly what I saw, and it was so right here. This is why. And this is for all the pro burgers out here, man. This is what we're dealing with. Defense, Your Honor, the state is trying to introduce evidence that suggests Mr. Kohberger is guilty, and that could prejudice a jury against our client. That is why. Excuse me, why do you need to let this traffic cam stop that shows him? It's going to make the jury think he's guilty. No shit. That's no shit. What are you even arguing right now? It's going to taint the jury. Why do they need it to ID? It shows him driving around the area of the murders shortly before the murders, which defense denies. So it's very important. It could show premeditation. It could show stalking of the house, stalking of the victims. And I said could. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying it could open that door for that argument. It shows that cell phone that utilizes the towers the night of the murder, which defense openly says it's his. Kohberger verbally giving that number. It shows him driving suspect vehicle 1. What do you mean? Yeah, he is innocent, but you guys are no, I'm just not willing to accept anything. And that's what the issue I have with that. You guys are confirmation biased, respectfully. Well, I guess we'll find out, right, Soul Survivor? It's a lot easier, instead of making assumptions, to wait to see. Who knows what they were? I had that same question. I'm not going to say I'm not curious. Absolutely, I'm curious about that question too. But I'm not going to just jump to there was something nefarious. They acknowledge that's him in a white sedan. We know the exact vehicle it is, right? And admits that is Kohberger caught on one of those cameras multiple passes. Well, then what are you worried about, right? I don't know what you're worried about then. If he is innocent, the evidence will show that. But let's continue because we're about to get to a great nugget.
Oh, we'll keep rolling. All right. So defendant's motion limine. Sorry, I had it up on my split screen.
Sorry, I pulled up the wrong one.
You're good. You're good. What is that? Michael's trying to give me a Snickers. Thank you, baby. Gotta read. Okay. Defendant's motion limine regarding the improper expert testimony. Middleman. Defendant's motion limine number 11 regarding exclude IgG evidence states motion limine regarding IgG. So both parties moved to exclude evidence of law enforcement's IgG testing in this case, but for entirely different reasons. Given the parties' agreement to not present any IgG evidence, those reasons need not to be discussed given the bottom line agreement, and the court grants this motion. The state has indicated it will present evidence through Detective Brett Payne that Kohberger's name was revealed to law enforcement through a tip. To avoid issues at trial, the court advises the parties to arrive at a mutually agreeable narrative about how the tip came about. The parties are also directed to jointly craft a jury instruction advising the jurors to not concern themselves with the source or nature of the tip. And just reading the below, even. Okay, G. Defendant's motion. Do you want to scroll down? Sorry. I read it's not too much of a big deal. So G, defendant's motion eliminate number 13 regarding conditions as aggravator. Kohberger moves to prevent the state from using Kohberger's diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder and the characteristics of his ASD as an aggravating factor at the penalty phase of trial. The state responds it has no plans to use such evidence as an aggravating factor in light of Zant versus Stevens, but it will argue against the rebuke Kohberger's diagnosis to the extent he relies upon it as a mitigating factor. Despite the state's concession, the court is concerned with the breadth of Kohberger's motion. He is not only seeking to preclude the state from referencing his ASD diagnosis as an aggravator, but any symptom of his ASD, given the broad nature of ASD symptoms. The court foresees an issue potentially arising at trial whereby the state makes reference to an action taken by Kohberger that Kohberger contends is a symptom of his ASD. That evidence is not currently before the court. Thus, at this point, the court will preclude the state from arguing or presenting evidence of Kohberger's ASD diagnosis as an aggravator, but it is not in a position to rule on whether any particular evidence must be excluded on grounds that it evidences a symptom of Kohberger's ASD. The motion is therefore granted in part only. H. The state's motion eliminate regarding alternative perpetrator evidence. The state seeks an order prohibiting Kohberger from offering alternate perpetrator evidence without first making a showing that such an evidence is relevant and admissible under IRE 403 and 401. Sorry, I said those backwards. These rules govern the standard of admissibility for alternate perpetrator evidence. State versus Meister. They quote there. It also says defendant acknowledges his burden under Meister, but argues the state's motion is premature. According to Kohberger, this case is full of alternate perpetrators, and he intends to produce offers of proof as to alternate perpetrators. While Kohberger is correct that such offers of proof can be made at trial, this case is not well suited to waiting until the time of trial to do so, particularly if Kohberger intends to submit multiple offers of proof. Laying foundation for the admission of the evidence will likely take a significant amount of time. After all, the defendant cannot merely show another person could have committed the crime. Rather, there must be evidence. If you want to scroll down, sorry, I started there. Must be evidence, direct or circumstantial, linking the third person to the actual perpetration of the crime. To avoid the undue delay at trial, Kohberger must present the offers of proof no later than May 14, 2025, so the matter can be addressed at the pretrial conference. The court will reserve ruling on this motion. I. Defendant's motions in limine number 14 regarding statistical analysis. Kohberger moves in limine to exclude any misleading comments about the meaning of a likelihood ratio for DNA purposes. Specifically, Kohberger seeks to avoid attempts to define likelihood ratio through a comparison to the world population. The state agrees that this type of comparison is inappropriate. The court grants the defendant's motion insofar as it applies to the question asked by the prosecutor at the grand jury proceedings, which both sides agree was not proper. However, the court will not dictate how the question is to be asked at trial. If the defendant believes there is a similar misrepresentation as to the likelihood ratio at trial, he can object at that time.
Okay.
All right. So we're about to go into Amazon after this one if you want to take over.
Okay. Hi, Oh Sugar. Please be safe, Lisa. So, defendant's motion in limine number 5 regarding the inconclusive data. So, Kohberger moves to limit expert testimony about the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab statistical analysis of a swab taken from the fingernail clippings of Madison Mogen. So, the testing revealed a likelihood ratio in the inconclusive range as to whether Kohberger was a potential contributor to the DNA mixture. So pause if you guys remember, like, the state prosecution is not arguing. They actually presented this as exculpatory evidence for Bryan. Okay, it is inconclusive, and they never were trying to push that it was one of them was of Bryan Kohberger. Thank you, Shay.
Mhm.
Happy Easter memberships. Welcome. I always try to pick pink for Shay. Whenever like MK gives or like a guy gives, like I try to pick the blue one, and I know it's little things that probably nobody notices, but like it's the ones that I notice. I gotta search for the pink. Um, Almost everyone has said it's yes, Gadoosh. Ain't that the truth? Make sure you're opted in, Jane. As long as you're opted in, you'll eventually get one for sure. Um, So it says during her grand jury testimony, the lab analyst Jade Miller testified that inconclusive meant she was, quote, unable to say one way or another whether or not Kohberger is included in the mixture. So Kohberger argues this is misleading language in that it allows for an inference that Kohberger might be included, which he asserts is inaccurate. The state indicates it will not offer the results of Q1 3.1 as inculpatory evidence, which again points to Kohberger, which Kohberger agrees renders his motion moot. However, if the state changes course with regard to the evidence, it must first raise the matter with the court outside the presence of the jury, so the anticipated testimony regarding the meeting of inconclusive can be discussed. At this time, however, the motion is denied as moot. So the scope of the preclusive effect of this ruling includes suggesting that specific individuals looked at and cleared by law enforcement are alternate perpetrators without first complying with a showing required by the order. And Kohberger's motion is directed towards the prosecutor's questioning of a lab analyst at the grand jury proceedings. There, the analyst testified that her DNA testing showed the profile developed from the knife sheath was 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if Kohberger was the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. In an attempt to clarify this result, the prosecutor asked whether this meant that if there were 1.37 octillion people, that it would be that Bryan Kohberger is one out of that many octillion. The lab analyst explained why this comparison is not a proper way to view a likelihood ratio. So here is that nugget that I was talking to you guys about. Here we have K. Defendant's motion in limine number 9, excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. And Tanel, I'd love to hear your feelings on this. You know, like if you're sitting on a different opinion than I am. So this says Kohberger moves to exclude any evidence of Kohberger's Amazon purchase history or click activity on grounds that it is, quote, out of context, incomplete, and unfairly prejudicial. Happy Easter, Kings Nana. This evidence will be presented by the state through Shane Cox and Michael Douglas, who will testify simply to what the documentary evidence state, all of which was provided to Kohberger in discovery. The evidence itself is highly relevant. A K-bar knife sheath was found lying next to the body of one of the deceased victims, all of whom were stabbed to death. Kohberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath. Records from an Amazon account registered to Kohberger's name and email show that a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath was made from the account approximately 8 months prior to the homicides. Click activity on the same account shows the customer also viewed pages associated with the K-bar style knives at the time and in the week following the purchase, viewed pages associated with the shipping process of the knife and the sheath. The product was shipped to, quote, Bryan Kohberger at his family address in Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
After the homicides, activity from the same account, showed the user navigated pages related to the deletion of account activity, and a week later viewed pages associated with a K-bar knife and sheath. The evidence establishes a significant connection between Kohberger and a K-bar knife and sheath. So I'm pausing right there. That we found out for the first time. Not only did he purchase the knife, the sheath, and the sharpener, not only did he view for a K-bar knife and sheath after the homicides, he looked up how to delete that purchase.
That's
How do I
wild.
erase that from my history? How can I get that off my Amazon to show I never, which for all of the people who kind of were leaning towards, I think he left it there as like a token. I think this would lean definitely more towards not likely if he was, oh shit, you know, that points to cartels and tunnels to me, MK.
I mean, I honestly say I've never looked to delete my history like that. That's wild.
You're not able to, you can't delete the history. So it makes sense why he went to go try to delete the purchase history. It didn't work. So then it looks like he may have been trying to go to replace it. He knew he didn't have it. And if it all leads to him, I don't have the K-bar knife anymore. I don't have the sheath. So yes, harlot. So that's what I was saying to Nell. If you know, you're still here, what are your thoughts regarding that? Because that is very damning. And I hear what you're saying as far as, well, anybody who bought a K-bar knife should be looked at. Absolutely. But there was only a single source DNA left. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people when I hear this argument who don't acknowledge that. Yes, absolutely. Let's say the K-bar knives are very not unique to be purchased, but there was a single source DNA on that sheath lying next to the victim. And it was let me be clear, it was a significant amount of DNA. This wasn't a little bit. It was a significant amount where they had an abundant amount to be able to run, like there was too much, okay, as far as trying to get a profile for it. And so then when they look into him more, okay, because obviously that's going to lead to, okay, Bryan Kohberger. When they look in, he was out driving around. He's caught on the cameras. He has no alibi. So things like that are massive. And thank you so much, Sin. That's very, very kind. Congratulations. You guys are the best. Welcome all of our new members. Please thank Sin if you got that. Okay.
And I will say this because I saw something micro like post stated. I have like cleared out my search history because it's like messed up my algorithm before. Like if somebody's been like say my daughter was searching stuff on my Amazon or something, I've cleared like my search history, but I've never known someone to go in and actually try to delete like their purchase history, you know? That's just weird. Because like that's what I took from that, right? Because deletion of account activity, like that can't, if you bought it, that can't be deleted.
No.
You can hide it? Okay, micro, that's interesting. You can hide your purchase history.
But you can't delete it. So Tanel says, state hasn't even proved that the K-bar was the weapon used. I hope you understand that comes through expert testimony, Tanel. That's the state does. That's not something we're going to just see thrown out there in motions. I don't know, you know, and I'm trying to say this not in a disrespectful way, but I don't know what you expect through motions. They can't prove in motions the state aren't the experts. You're going to have the medical examiner and throughout the autopsy testify in their expert opinion what weapon caused those injuries. So to say that they haven't proved that the K-bar was the weapon used, absolutely not. That's not something we're going to see written out in black and white here. That's going to be testimony elicited through the expert opinion. You understand what I'm saying? So they're saying that if he bought 10 K-bar, state still needs to prove it was used in the crime. Absolutely. But I feel like you're also jumping ahead and you're leaving out the part that I'm saying. It's not the fact that he just purchased a K-bar knife. The sheath had a single source DNA on it, Bryan Kohberger's. If state had a purchase receipt, it would be stated, what is a click history expert? Is that a degree? Did you miss the part where it was shipped to Bryan Kohberger at his family address in Pennsylvania while he still lived there?
I think the click history is important when you're looking at the showing that the clicks that happen afterwards, from the trying the deletion of account activity to also viewing pages associated with the K-bar knife and sheath afterwards. The click history to me doesn't really matter when you already have like a purchase and transaction that went through on that account, you know? That's just extra on top, that click history. You know
Well,
what I mean? Like that's like the sprinkles on top of the purchase.
right. Well, and Tanel, that's normal. Um, oh, Rockies. So the defense is there to prove beyond a reasonable doubt Bryan Kohberger and Bryan Kohberger alone committed these crimes. It's the defense and their job to create reasonable doubt, right? And so I see what you're saying. I think someone said up here, um, they have their defense expert who's going to show this, and that's fine, right? That nobody's exactly what you're saying is okay. You're going to have state's expert witness up there and giving their expert opinion of what type of weapon caused these types of injuries, and then the defense has the right to put on their defense. And if they are able to prove it had to have been multiple perpetrators, okay, then it'll be shown through the evidence, right? I don't know, Lisa Lee, because and I understand with the tight gag order from the very beginning, and things were, it came out that it wasn't what they necessarily said it was at the original press conference. I understand all of that, but it became very obvious as more and more information rolled out, kind of like, and there's still questions. I won't say that we have clarity with everything, but the more and more we get, the more clarity we have and pieces are fitting. And so I don't know why people are assuming that come trial and we get all of the information that all of the pieces won't fit. But if we're going to go with he was framed, there would be and people want to throw out Brent Kopaka. Then why didn't they just go with Brent? He's no longer here, right? That would have been easier. But instead you're trying to go with Bryan Kohberger, a guy who's a criminology student and has ASD diagnosis with all these other things. What would make him a good candidate? How did they get the single source DNA on the sheath? Why? What would be the purpose? Why him? Why frame him? What makes him special?
Because I just have to say it because it bothers me so much, but the unfortunate death of Brent Kopaka is its own rabbit hole of
Yes.
research to go down and very sad. So they're not related, not connected.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that is a man that was dealing with some severe PTSD.
Yes. And we've said that from the beginning, okay? We had Brent Kopaka's best friend, Darren Duncan, on a long time ago. I don't know, people may not have been around my channel all the way back then. But, we spoke about this, and two things can be true at the same time. Just like Shay said, hey, there could be things that may come across as suspicious to you regarding Brent's death, and it not have anything to do with the murders of Idaho 4 victims. And Vicstar makes a good point, because Vicstar says, I found it weird that Tanella is saying that it could be the victim's sheath when we have proof that Bryan bought a sheath and it's his single source DNA on it. And how do you know they don't? Tanel, if they have it purchased on his Amazon account, delivered in his name to his house, what makes you think they don't have a receipt? That is literally a receipt.
They said they do that. But didn't he purchase it with an Amazon gift card? That was
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I thought the judge mentioned that in trial, or not in trial, in the court hearing.
Right, exactly, Harlot. Yeah, ATS, exactly. When an AT have used Brent in their defense, well, it feels like a lot of people think that they're smarter than defense is, But I think it's, like we're sitting here all day and we're like, oh, Like it was one of the victim sheath. It was this, it was that. Why are you, let me just ask, like, why are you so convinced it's not Bryan's? Like they're writing it out for you. And what makes, are you, when you say they don't have a receipt, are you implying that Bryan didn't make this purchase? Okay. So am I understanding you correctly? Are you saying that Bryan didn't, based on what your interpretation is, are you saying Bryan didn't make this purchase? Because if that were true to know, why wouldn't Anne be arguing that? Why wouldn't Anne? They're not even arguing that.
So, click history to me, if I like, and the jurors are going to be the triers of fact. But if this information is presented to a juror and they find that he already purchased this, they have proof of that through the forensic accountants of the FBI. They're going to show proof of that. And then they have the Amazon click activity afterwards showing that he is searching for these items again. One juror might assume from that he no longer has those items. Why would he be looking for them again? Maybe that's why they want to use the Amazon click activity.
Mm-hmm. You want to give a little recap for Coffee and Skeletons, or anyone who may not be familiar with Brent Kopaka? We try not to get too much into the Brent Kopaka stuff, even though it's died down a significant amount, but it was very massive during this time. And so after we had Darren Duncan on, which was Brent's best friend, we kind of shut that door and moved on. But go ahead, Shay.
Sure. So Brent Kopaka, a former U.S. Marine, he had suffered he had suffered injuries while he was in service. He had PTSD. He lived near WSU and had two roommates. He suffered a bit of an episode, and his roommates claimed that he had his weapon out and he wasn't letting them leave. So the police, along with other law enforcement, they were called to the apartments, and because he would not put his weapon down, he was killed. That's the nicest way I can put that with as little evidence as we have. And the case regarding his death, for the longest time, I know Harlot and I would go back and look a few times, but it was under investigation, because anytime an officer does kill a civilian, they have to look into that further. So that was under investigation by Washington. And so why this becomes such a hot, heated topic was because when it happened, it was in December, and it was the same time that Bryan was driving back with his dad, and they were pulled over. Was it Indiana?
Mm-hmm.
In Indiana, and actually they bring this up, a SWAT incident that happened over at WSU. And this is Brent Kopaka. But
Right.
it was a separate issue, in talking to Brent's friend, that he had a long history of PTSD. And according to his friend, that his family and his friends were upset because they didn't feel like law enforcement tried to contact them in time to talk Brent down. And that was just kind of what we knew of it, that it was just being looked into, and it was very unfortunate. And because of the timing after the Idaho deaths, that this all got brought up, and people tried to put two and two together. And it's unfortunate, but they're just not related. Like Melissa said, if you wanted to make a scapegoat and frame someone, you could have done Brent right there, but it wasn't him. He was having a PTSD episode.
Well, and this is the way I see it. And yes, KD Crime Circus channel made a big deal of it too. Unfortunately, channels, it's actually a little bit disturbing how much impact or sway some creators have, whether it's on TikTok, YouTube. It is concerning to me. So what you have to understand, if you weren't following this case in real time, it was chaos. Bryan wasn't arrested till the very end of December. The murders happened November 13th. It was massive. It was a quadruple homicide. It was terror. It was fear. There's a horrific killer or killers on the loose, and it was a month and a half. During that
Mhm.
month and a half, for anybody who's in the true crime community, what do creators do? It is a fucking field day of speculation and accusations. And they went from Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, former boyfriend, whatever you want to refer to him as. I just say boyfriend.
I still think that they were together in essence, you know?
Mhm, they were. The roommates, it went to Emma and Demetrius. It went to every single person, to then Brent Kopaka. Why was Brent significant? Everything Shay just said. It was close to the murders,
Mhm.
in location, and it was something that everybody can jump on. Okay, and so everything becomes clickbait, everything becomes sensationalized, everything becomes, is Brent Kopaka the link to the murders, blah, blah, because we didn't have the answers. So there was already so much, there's a cover up, there's this, there's that going, before Kohberger ever was charged or named. So by the time Kohberger was publicly charged and announced, everyone in their mind already had it made up that there is some big, deep conspiracy going on. And people
Mhm.
become confirmation biased. And confirmation bias is not willing to accept any information unless it aligns with your belief. And listen, everybody, we all kind of fall victim to it sometimes, but you have to become aware of that and pull yourself out, because it's not about being right or wrong. It doesn't matter if my entire theory of what I've believed for years comes out tomorrow and I'm completely wrong. Kohberger is innocent, completely innocent, right? And I'm more thinking he's guilty right now, because
Right.
the truth is the truth. It doesn't matter what we believed. It doesn't matter if we're right or wrong. The truth is the truth. And people have strayed far from it being about what it actually occurred versus what they believed occurred. And that's the major issue here. And I feel like there are a bunch of creators with the clickbait and willing to push very suspicious narratives where, if you pull back the smoke and the mirrors, literally, a lot of these videos have like the smoke and the this. When you pull it back and you do the research for yourself, you find out the man behind the curtain is no one special at all, right? That Oz isn't the great and powerful, that he's just this guy. That's what these videos do. And so that's why I'm saying, like, just because a video is produced from a creator and they have a great way of wording it, and it makes you go, huh, because there's been times where I've been the same, right? I've watched a video and I'm like, oh, that is suspicious. But it's not until you go and you do the research yourself and look a little more into it and realize, oh, it's not all that they made it up to be. But the creators got what they needed from it. They got you to click on, they got you to engage in the comment section, talking back and forth to people, aka they got paid. So just please understand that you can't trust, the same way you can't trust mainstream media, you also can't trust not mainstream media. You can't trust anything, so just go and do the research yourself.
And I will admit, like, I did look at Brent Kopaka when the first incident happened and the SWAT thing, like, because that's what I heard, the very first part of it. Okay. I don't think it's wrong to keep your mind open and look at
No,
stuff.
it's
But
wrong to accuse. Create
absolutely.
accuse.
But what fueled the fire was after Bryan was arrested and those Indiana stops of him getting pulled over came out, and then they were talking about, Bryan and his dad were talking about the SWAT incident. It just refueled the Brent Kopaka fire. And for some people, they felt like this couldn't just be one person. It could be more, whatever your belief is. And some were like, oh, it's both Brent and Bryan, and trying to find like correlations with them. And I just think that if it were there, I think that the law enforcement would come out and say it. Why wouldn't they want to, even if somebody is no longer alive, to be able to have any kind of like justice in court, but have a suspect be named and they were legitimately a part of it? Why would they not, do that if he was really part of it, you know?
Right. Well, and Tanel, I see what I see your comments, like it just doesn't make sense. I believe Jack did it. Let me ask you. The defense has the opportunity for alternate perpetrator. If there was any evidence that pointed to Jack, do you not think, especially someone so close to the case, do you not think Anne would go for that? Skidoo says, I have a genuine question. MJ, do you think there are non-shady confirmation bias creators that believe or lean towards him being not guilty? I think, of course, there will be the select few where, listen, you do sometimes get hung on a case where you may think, the opposite. Like, let's say Chris Watts, for an example. You may there I feel like when you're in true crime, there's always the one case that may not sit right with you. I don't think that that's crazy, but this is how I would suggest vetting a creator. And when I say vetting, there are a decent amount of creators that have accepted that there is a demand for the opposition. And what I mean when I say that is, if I started going live and titling all of my stuff BK innocent, like evidence points to Jack Showalter with the clickbait stuff, bring people in, and I start to go for the people are going to click in even if they don't believe it, because it's going to be a shock factor, and there's always going to be a demand for opposition. Creators know that, and when you do that, you're going to grow in subs, you're going to grow in clicks, you're going to get money. And so if all of a sudden every case that creator is focusing on the less likely scenario, that's when I'd say it's bullshit. If it's a creator, like you said, like, are there any, non-shady creators that become absolutely. And if they're a creator that, hey, they don't usually go for, the less likely scenario, and they are in one, then they probably genuinely feel that way, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if they're always, I'm sure you could think of some channels in your mind, if they are always the channel that is saying the likely guilty party is not guilty, that's because they have become established as the opposition, and they know there's a demand. They don't care about the credibility, okay? So Crime Circus would put forward that the killer of Idaho 4 would parachute down onto the fucking balcony. I kid you not. Now, as ludicrous as that was, did I watch that video? I sure did. Now, do I believe it? No. I didn't leave a comment, but there's a lot of people who'd be like, are you effing kidding me? Now look at it from the creator side, right? You came to my channel. You gave me the view. You engaged. What does that mean? That means I'm making fucking bank. Those are all the things you want as a creator. So even when it's ridiculous, you're giving them exactly what they want. And all I'm saying is they shut their computer and walk away, and 9 out of 10 times they don't believe that theory themselves. They're just doing it because it gets them money. So please don't fall victim to, oh wow, smoke and mirrors, they put together this video really well, and I'm walking away thinking, that is suspicious. Just do the research yourself, because 9 out of 10 times there's really nothing suspicious about it. It's just a way that they tell the story. And yes, you lose credibility, but one thing I noticed is Joseph Morris had a massive platform, and he put out not only fake a video in Gabby Petito case, but he did it regarding the Idaho case. He put out fake audio of the murders, because we know these murders were caught on audio, and he put it out. And what he did is he took audio of a domestic violence situation and put it together in an audio, and he edited an article. Like, you can actually edit articles where it'll show up on your screen saying something, but it won't show up. So he took an actual legit real article and he changed it to fit that audio, and he put it out. Now, Ickadmel exposed him. Ickadmel proved, right? And so his credibility is fucking shot. No. You would be shocked, and I still have the screen recordings because I recorded the comments underneath his video, and I was appalled by how many people were, "That's okay, Joseph, I still support you, lesson learned, you'll do better next time, I'm still gonna be here, I still support you." What? You watch this man and think about it. These families, do you know how many people probably messaged them and said, oh my God, the audio was released? If they even had to listen to that audio for 1 minute, thinking that was their children being slaughtered and the sounds, how fucking dare you? How
Oh,
dare you?
Melissa, as of like a week ago, I saw people that were saying, I'm new to this case in the Idaho Facebook groups, bringing up that recording and to lots of people commenting, debunk, 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 debunk. But it sounds so real.
Yeah.
It's people still think it's real.
Lisa Lee, that's a good question. Who's the one to confirm if a YouTube creator is officially biased? And I want to just reiterate, there's a difference between biased versus intentionally biased. There are the ones that, like I said, I've been caught up. I've been caught up too, where I really believe that there's something more. I can't tell you why. I might not believe the mainstream narrative. And so you can naturally become confirmation bias versus the ones who are, I am intentionally going to put out something I know is going to get you to click. I don't even believe it, but I know that there's a demand for it. And I have 3 channels right in the forefront of my mind that I know always take the opposition. They don't do that because they genuinely believe the guilty party is always innocent. They do that because there will always be a demand. They will grow, they will thrive, they will make bank off of being the opposition. And so the best thing I could do for a suggestion is when don't trust any creator, including me. Don't just take something I say. But unfortunately, the same way that it's amazing, right? Mainstream media, unlike mainstream media, we're not held by all of these restraints. Like, we have the freedom to talk, we have the freedom to theorize. We're not, that's what makes the internet amazing. Yet at the same time, that is what makes the internet dangerous, is that we aren't held by any standard yet, and the laws haven't caught up, and we can come out and straight up fucking accuse innocent people without really any repercussions. So just take a look at that creator itself. And if they're someone who says that they have a bunch of inside sources, don't believe that shit. The only thing you could really do is go back in the past and say, okay, when this creator has come out previously and said, hey, I have an inside source and this source said XYZ, did it turn out to be true? If they have a long history of saying they have inside sources and the information never turns out to be legit, then I wouldn't take it to be likely that it's legit now. I don't like the inside source shit. I see a lot of creators doing it and people run with it. And then after time passes, people kind of forget about it. So they're never held accountable for the shit that they put out. But kind of listen to everything, do your own research, and then use your best judgment,
Yeah.
Yeah, Harsh was horrible too. Listen, there's some.
But I also think that like it's good to just follow the facts where you may. Like, just because say you may be leaning more towards Kohberger on this doesn't mean that on another case that you are necessarily following the evidence with the prosecution. You may feel more that the defendant is not guilty, and
Right.
I think that's okay too. And
That's okay.
I'm one that I always say that I have a very difference of opinion with Delphi and Karen Reed, and I'm okay with that. And I also think that Bryan did this, so some people might like that, might not like that.
Happy Easter, Nav. And I keep getting confused now only because they do have his car with the license plate. Okay, that his vehicle, and admits that's his vehicle. That is why it's so crucial to have that body cam that we kind of were going back and forth about earlier, to show that just months prior to the murder, it is Bryan Kohberger driving that same vehicle, the same vehicle the defense acknowledges is on that one camera doing multiple passes. Of course, they're not going to acknowledge that it's likely his vehicle on every camera in that path of travel, but it is at least on the one multiple times on the night of the murder. Okay. And so they have that. That's what is confusing me with what you're saying. And Nav says, I hate how it's the Wild West and the accountability for sources is so absent. I'm so glad I caught you live. I miss you. I miss you too, Nav. It's so good seeing you. Happy Easter. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so I'm gonna just go back. Records from Amazon account registered. So again, back to the receipts thing that Tanel was saying. I just really want us to be aware of this. Records from Kohberger's Amazon account registered to Kohberger with his name and his email show that a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath was made from the account approximately 8 months prior to the homicide, which confuses me when you say there's no receipt. It literally shows there is no physical receipts anymore. Everything is done electronically. So it shows on his account to his name, a K-bar knife and sheath was made approximately 8 months prior to the murders. Click activity, which is separate from the purchase. Click activity on the same account shows the customer also viewed pages associated with a K-bar style knives at the time and in the week following the purchase, and viewed pages associated with the shipping progress of the knife and sheath. So at the time that he made the purchases of the K-bar, he was viewing other, that's the click activity, it's separate from the purchase. So it was showing that he was viewing other knives around that time. And then after the murder, it shows that he was viewing once again a K-bar style knife and sheath, but then it showed him viewing what the shipping process is for this K-bar, which it shows you. I'm sorry, that's very interesting to me, because if you have intent to use that weapon to commit homicides in the future, the shipping process would be very crucial. Who's going to see it? How many passes? When is it going to come? Right? Does the driver know what's in it? I'm curious what specifically he was looking at. It says the product, the knife, was shipped to, quote, Bryan Kohberger at his family address in Pennsylvania. And let me be clear, he lived there at the time. So it's not like, oh, he just shipped it to his family, but he lived in Washington. No, he lived with his family 8 months prior in Pennsylvania. So he would have shipped it to where he lived after the murders, after the homicides. Activity from that same account of Bryan Kohberger's showed that the user navigated pages related to the deletion of account activity, and a week later after that, viewed pages associated with a K-bar knife and sheath. This evidence establishes a significant connection between Kohberger and a K-bar knife and sheath. Hey, Nola Mama.
And this is the judge's order, so he's seeing this evidence.
Yeah, that's true, Natasha. Yeah, and that's all I'm saying is if we're gonna lean towards like, hey, I think it's Jack and stuff, which I'm happy. Thank you for being here and sharing your opinions, but I feel like I constantly hit into a wall here where if there was evidence that really pointed to him, actual evidence, not evidence with we as laymen and the viewers like, oh, well, did you know Jack did this and that? No. If there was actual substantial evidence, why wouldn't the defense show that? They can go with the alternate perpetrator theory. If there was anything substantial, don't you think they would go for it? They have all of those records, just to be clear.
They did look into Jack and them. There's no denying that.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Do you think if there was anything substantial there, defense, like that's what kind of blows my mind. It's like, no, someone, and not to you, Tanel, but just saying, someone in the chat randomly on YouTube are convinced it's Jack, but the defense, who has all of the records and everything, wouldn't know if evidence pointed to him, if even slightly enough to create reasonable doubt.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions. I mean, I still have questions to know. I mean, I think we'll see it all play out in court.
Of course, I don't blame people for having questions. I still have questions, but I'm just saying, like, hey, it's okay to have questions. We don't have all the answers yet, but Could we acknowledge the more and more that's coming out, the more the pieces do tend to fit? But the click activity, Tanel, is not the receipt. Like, that's why I read it the way I read it. Please look, okay? Records, those are receipts. Records show Bryan Kohberger's Amazon account, his name, his email, purchased a K-bar knife and sheath 8 months prior to the homicides. That is a receipt. Those are records. Then the next sentence, click activity, right? Which wouldn't be a receipt because he didn't purchase anything, but it shows click activity of him viewing pages with a K-bar style knives in the week at the time of the purchase, and then in the week following the purchase. And then he viewed pages associated with the shipping progress of the knife and sheath. And then click activity showed him looking up how to delete. So the records exist for the purchase of the sheath. That is not click activity. Those records, that digital receipt exists. The click activity is separate. The click activity is pointing to what he's searching, what he didn't purchase, but what he's doing through clicks. Do you understand? Like, they're two separate things. It's not click history regarding the purchase. The purchase is the purchase, and there is a literal receipt for that, a shipping date, a delivered date. Click history is what he was doing on Amazon aside from the purchase. Exactly. Hi, Olika Swirl. We'll get into that, hon. I'm not familiar with a K-bar knife. What is it intended purpose? Oh, a K-bar knife is a military. You want to explain while I pull it up?
Yeah, it was originally designed for the U.S. Marine Corps. It is a knife to kill, and it is a very large weapon. It's now come out of the military. Sorry, it's no longer just for military. It's also available for consumers, and now you see the picture of it.
It's intended to do maximum damage with minimal effort. And so this knife was massive. And so that's a huge factor that people need to remember when you think about any possible defensive wounds, aside from being intoxicated, some of the victims being likely asleep. The wounds that this weapon would inflict is not just stabs. It is not stabs. It is slashes. It is gouges. It is the depth that it would hit. Not trying to be insensitive, but we're talking about maximum damage in a very short period of time. So again, I circle back around to the Apple River stabbings. And that was not a K-bar style knife. But if anybody watched those videos, it was very quick. There wasn't much. You didn't even see what was happening. And internal organs were floating in that river. Not, I'm not trying to get gruesome here, and that was not a K-bar style knife.
Yeah. It's definitely a combat knife. I said it was kind of like a bear killing knife is the way I've always heard it also referred to. And it crossed over into consumer buying more for like hunters.
Mm-hmm. And that's correct, Betsy. Special Agent Balance is the same FBI forensic digital analyst who found exactly where the bodies of JJ and Tylee were buried on Chad's property using GPS coordinates from the phone of Alex Cox. They were able to literally figure out where these babies were buried based off of that cast information. Okay, so it says the evidence is highly relevant. And ask yourself, why is Anne trying so hard to get that thrown out as not relevant? I am pretty certain that is relevant. So again, it's not just hey, Kohberger bought a knife. Everyone should buy a knife. It's his single source DNA on the sheath left next to the victim. And the evidence shows it was delivered right to him. As far as we know, is he going to be it? Listen, if it wasn't him, he should have no issue being able to produce that same knife, right? Or the sheath.
Mm-hmm.
So the evidence is highly relevant. A K-bar knife sheath was found lying next to the body of one of the deceased victims, all of whom were stabbed to death. Kohberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath. Records from an Amazon account. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just read all that? I did. Sorry. So in addition,
I
there
think you
is
just
no
like it so much.
in addition, there is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the evidence, particularly given how probative it is. Kohberger argues it is misleading and prejudicial because it paints an incomplete picture of the account activity. Pause. So if you guys remember, Anne and them were trying to say, well, hey, you're focusing only on, the knife sheath and this, it's incomplete. No, the warrant was very specific. And the warrant were between these specific dates, and it was looking solely for this type of weapon or related purchases. And that is exactly what they found. They don't need to know if Kohberger purchased a fucking humidifier the year before the murder. You know what I'm saying? It's specific. The warrant was specific to this. So to this end, Kohberger provides the declaration of his expert, David Howell, the founder of a firm specializing in inter alia digital forensics and digital marketplace analytics. According to Mr. Howell, far more information must be reviewed in order to attribute specific activity to a specific person or otherwise render an opinion about user behavior with forensic certainty, including Amazon advertising logs, recommended algorithms, cross-device history, retargeting behavior, and account personalization and device IDs. So within this motion, Kohberger also seeks to exclude testimony by Shane Cox and Michael Douglas on grounds that their expert disclosures were insufficient. That will be addressed in a separate order regarding Kohberger's motion to exclude vague and undisclosed expert testimony. So Kohberger is free to challenge this evidence through cross-examination and establish through Mr. Howell why more information is needed to reach the conclusion that Kohberger made the purchases or clicks. However, it is not a basis for exclusion. There is nothing inherently unfairly prejudicial or misleading about the evidence itself. It will be up to the jury to consider all the evidence and decide whether Kohberger was the clicker. Thus, the motion is denied. I love that because at some point, yes, it is up. You could have your expert, state's going to have their expert. You could cross-examine each one another's experts, but at the end of the day, the jury is the fact finder, and they will be able to determine what they believe based on the evidence presented. So go ahead, Shay. You want to take over?
Yes, hold on 1 second. I am going to, sorry, I'm trying to save something real quick because Truth did a post, like their one and only community post about this stuff with Bundy connections with Bryan. I'm going to read that later.
Yes.
I do think it's really interesting. Some of the chat was talking about how it's interesting, with Bryan's mom, writing about like Bundy and not wanting to put him to death, and then Bryan moving to Washington State, just kind of very weird coincidences. Okay, sorry. L state's motion to eliminate regarding AT&T timing advance records. The state moves eliminate to prohibit the defense from making any reference to the absence of AT&T timing advance records, quote TA records, unquote, related to defendant's cell phone. The state contends it never received such records from AT&T in response to its subpoenas, and therefore any statements by Kohberger that the records could have or should have been provided to Kohberger should not be allowed, as it mischaracterizes the evidence, will mislead the jury, waste time, and cause undue delay. In support, the state provides certificates of authenticity, AT&T, for each of the two warrants, stating that it, quote, did not provide timely advance records for phone number 509-592-8458, unquote, because such records were at that time, quote, only available if requested within 7 days of the specified time frame, unquote. Kohberger, relying largely on the affidavit of its expert, Cy Ray, is adamant that the state did receive the documents, which he argues are exculpatory, and is hiding them. Kohberger points out he has a constitutional right to challenge evidence against him and therefore must be allowed to explore the state's misrepresentation as to the availability of the records. The Sixth and 14th Amendments guarantee a criminal defendant a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. This includes the right to confront and effectively cross-examine witnesses. So,
Do you want to read that little bit, though, at the bottom?
yeah, that's what I was about to go back and do. So, one of the 8 subscripts says the defendant relies in part on IRE 106 to exclude Amazon click evidence. However, that rule is not an exclusionary rule. Rule 106 does not give the opponent the power to prevent the proponent from introducing an incomplete statement. It only gives him the power to require that the statement be completed or to complete it himself. Also, 9 subscript says the homicides occurred on November 13th, 2022. Kohberger first became a person of interest on December 19th, 2022. The 2 AT&T warrants were issued on December 23rd, 2022. Thus, the TA records for Kohberger that could have been of any relevance had long been discarded by AT&T and no longer
Boom.
exist.
Boom. Right there. Okay.
So, however, these rights are not absolute, and it quotes State versus Areza, says the trial court may reasonably limit cross-examination that is harassing, confusing, repetitive, or only marginally relevant. Another citing says the confrontation clause guarantees an opportunity for effective cross-examination, not cross-examination that is effective in whatever way and to whatever extent the defense might wish. Then we're citing Delaware versus Fenster. Additionally, a defendant has no right to present irrelevant evidence, and even if evidence is relevant, it may be excluded in certain cases. State versus Self. Applying these principles here, the defendant will be allowed to voir dire, special agent balance outside the presence of the jury to ask whether he received Kohberger's TA records covering the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, and the months prior, when Kohberger was believed to have been in the area of 1122 King Road. However, if Agent Balance denies having received the TA records, Kohberger may not explore the matter further, either
And
in voir dire or before the jury. Given the absolute lack of any factual basis supporting his position that the state is hiding them, thus the state's motion is granted, except as qualified regarding the very brief voir dire outside the presence of the jury. And then the the subscript to this one says
yes, right
10.
here. And this is what I was saying, Skadoosh. Look at this. Because, yes, if it existed, the defense could very well easily just get it themselves, right? But Cy Ray put that very damning and accusatory affidavit. So, okay. And take a listen to this.
Mr. Ray's affidavit, which forms the basis of the defendant's challenge, is replete with speculation and unfounded and thus highly improper accusations against the state. Further, not once in his affidavit does he address AT&T's 7-day retention period, which fully explains why the state was unable to obtain relevant TA records for Kohberger.
Right there. And Judge Hibbler was not happy with Cy Ray's affidavit. I think Anne knows he's not happy with a few things, okay? So Cy Ray for the win, Nell. Come on. Like, absolutely nowhere in that accusatory affidavit did Cy Ray acknowledge there is a 7-day retention period. Bryan Kohberger was not even, his name wasn't even on the radar till December 19th. The murders were the 13th of November. They did not exist. They did not exist.
The
And
limit
so
does
you
not
coming in,
exist.
yeah, the limit does not exist. So you coming in with these accusations and implying that the state is doing things that could get them disbarred. You better have something to back it up, or at least acknowledge the 7-day retention period, because he had nothing to say about that.
Right, Betsy. And so for the geofencing warrant that they pulled, his phone was off. It was not included
Yes.
in those 3,000. And this is whenever we heard Judge Hippler basically use the first and last name of scolding of a child to Ann Taylor and said, as an officer of the court.
Judge Hippler got very serious. As an officer of the court, like, tread lightly. That's what he was saying. Tread lightly. Of course, argue your case. Of course. But don't you come in here making accusations when you're not, like, your own expert witness is making serious accusations while not even acknowledging the hello, it doesn't even exist. Right, Natasha.
Yeah. All right. States motions eliminate regarding self-authentication records and reliance on IRE 803, 6, 8, 9024, 11, and or IRE 80324. The state moves eliminate to permit the admission of approximately 60 exhibits pursuant to IRE 803. I already went through those. The state represents that it will obtain and submit certifications for the foregoing exhibits to render them self-authenticating under IRE 902, 4, and or 11. However, as the state acknowledges, IRE 902.11 contains a notice requirement that has not been satisfied. To this end, the court will require that after proper notice is given under IRE 902, the parties are to meet and confer regarding self-authentication and any objections defendant may have to specific exhibits prior to raising the issue with the court. The court's ruling on the motion is reserved. So my understanding is that these are those records that they're hoping to show that they don't need to bring somebody on to like establish them.
Well,
And I remember during like the hearing that they weren't complete. And I know we got to see some of the certifications, like there was like the AT&T ones, but there was quite a bit that they still had to obtain. This
okay.
okay, go ahead.
So, like, saying, like, why would he risk his career, put it on the line? He's already been discredited as an expert witness. And Tanel, you say, like, what, discredited by one judge? Like, that's the type of stuff where I feel like I'm going to bang my head against the wall and I can't keep going back and forth about that, because you can't pick and choose when something is relevant, right? So if that was, let me ask you, would you be saying the same thing if that was a state's expert? If it was a state's expert coming to prove that that was Bryan Kohberger's DNA on that sheath, and that expert was discredited previously, would you be saying, what, just that one judge? In all honesty, because if you say, no, I'd feel the same way. I'd say bullshit. You can't pick and choose when it's good. That's, again, here we are being confirmation biased, right? That I can't do that. If you want to have a different opinion and debate it with facts and evidence, I'm all for it. But when we're going to pick and choose when something is relevant and when something isn't based on what fits with your opinion, we're going to get nowhere.
Well, and you can't claim to be an engineer when you've never been an engineer. He was former law enforcement. That's what got him in trouble, like as an underlying thing in the Colorado court system. He's not an engineer, nor is his company.
Well, and Skadoosh, no, Cyray didn't acknowledge the 7-day retention period at all. That's a thing. Like, Cyray and his entire affidavit didn't once acknowledge the 7-day retention period. Right, 2012. Like, we are talking about an expert witness here. Do you know how bad it is to be discredited as an expert witness by a judge? You lied. He openly lied as an expert. Okay. So what is this? The state's motion in limine admissibility of demonstrative evidence. So the state seeks permission to use a not to scale 3D model of the King Road residence as demonstrative exhibit at trial, contingent on the state laying sufficient foundation to establish the basic accuracy of the model and a demonstration that it will be helpful to explaining the testimony of the presenting witnesses, which again, that's the dollhouse quote. And that's just, not a full to scale, but just so they could have an exhibit to where when, let's say Dylan is on the stand, she could point out, well, my room is right here. And then, I saw the suspect walking this way, just to have something to point to. And it's a visual for the jury. So the state contends the model will aid certain witnesses in describing their testimony. Kohberger objects, arguing that the state's drawing of the model and other related information was only recently disclosed in discovery in a file Kohberger describes as massive. Kohberger claims the data and model cannot reasonably be evaluated by its expert in time. Kohberger disputes that the model is relevant and, even if was, claims it should be excluded under IRE 403 due to the danger it might not be accurate. But again, they're not putting it in to show that this is the exact distance between this day and that thing. And it's just for a visual. So it says the trial court has discretion in allowing the admission of demonstrative evidence. Here, the court finds the demonstrative exhibit is relevant, assuming foundation can be laid because it will be supplemented. Okay, that's just K law. So the homicides occurred in 2 bedrooms within a 3-story home with a complicated layout. The suspect's ability to enter the home, carrying out the stabbings, and exit the home consistent with Dylan's observations will be a central point of the trial, particularly given that Kohberger is challenging whether it could be accomplished by one person within the time frame alleged. The model will aid the testimony of lay witnesses and experts alike in explaining the location of victims, witnesses, and other items of evidence, as well as understanding the suspect's potential or likely path of travel. Moreover, though it is not to scale, accuracy is not the standard governing relevance of illustrative evidence. Rather, the illustrative evidence must only be relevant to the witness's testimony. So it says the other information was the identity and credentials of the person building the model and the data underlying their model. And Kohberger submits the declaration of its expert, Matthew Noadell, wherein he discusses that it will take at least 2 to 3 days to assess the 3D scans recently disclosed by the state. And he will thereafter have to set aside at least 2 days to travel from Seattle to view the model to assess its accuracy. He states he is available until at least April 7th, 2025. So, however, Kohberger has ample time prior to trial to accomplish those tasks. So it says, so long as the exhibit is not deceptive, it does not have to be shown to be precisely accurate or consistent with the testimony of other witnesses. It cites case law. So the state intends to lay foundation to establish that the 3D model fairly depicts the residence, and if it fails to do so, the model will not be allowed. Further, Kohberger is free to cross-examine the testifying witnesses and to put on his own evidence, including experts. He may also use his own demonstrative exhibits if proper foundation is laid. However, the state is not going to be held to a standard of precise accuracy in this regard. It will only need to demonstrate accuracy to the point of avoiding deception. In addition, there is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the model. Kohberger contends that allowing the model is prejudicial because it is built from data that will untimely disclosed and which its expert has little time to analyze for accuracy. While this might be a more compelling issue if the state was seeking to introduce the model as substantive evidence or seeking to have the model accompany the jury during deliberations, it is not. It is simply going to be used as an educational device meant to aid in the presentation of evidence and will not go back with the jury during deliberations. So, moreover, as discussed, Mr. Noadell's concerns about his time constraints are based on his impression that he will have to analyze the underlying data to ensure the model's proper scale, dimension, and completeness. Well, why does he think that? Is that because you told him that, Anne? So, Declaration Noadell, again, accuracy is not the standard for this demonstrative exhibit. Mr. Noadell needs only assure himself the model is not deceptive, and there is sufficient time to do this given the August trial date. To this end, the state is to make the model available to the defendant as soon as it is completed and no later than the pretrial conference. The motion is granted. Okay, so we got that. So, state's motion in limine regarding the alibi. The state moves.
Well, hold on. The chat was asking a couple questions. Okay, so
Nav, thank you, Nav. Sorry, I was on my roll. Thank you. Welcome. Happy Easter memberships. Thank you.
so both sides had access to be able to get measurements of the home. The state decided that they were going to do a demonstrative exhibit that's not to scale, and then the defense is like, no, we want it to scale. So that's what's happening. It was like a back and forth situation. So I want it, I don't want it, and it doesn't really matter to me. I think it would probably help for some people, like the
Hell
roommates
yes.
or the law enforcement, where they could say where they entered the home. But that's really all it is. But basically, at the end of the day, that whatever the FBI has worked on and produced, the defense will have a chance to review it, and they'll, come to an agreement, or the court will intervene and make a decision on it.
Right, you guys. Imagine going in as a juror and you've never seen this house before. You've never seen this layout before. Would it be easier for you to understand if, in essence, like a dollhouse, and when I say that, just so you understand, like you pick it up, it's, big, but it's a smaller version of the house and the layout. Would it be easier to have that for the witness to point at, well, this is where my room is, all right, well, where were the victims found? Okay, the expert comes up, the victims were found in this room, pointing to it. Would it be easy for a juror to understand and aid the defense? The defense can use it also, versus not having that. It's not meant, and this is how Anne is trying to get it thrown out. I can't tell you how accurate it is. I need my expert to come in and say, is the exact distance between Xana's room to Maddie's room, is that distance exactly compared to what the 3D models that we took? Is it precise? Is it to scale? It doesn't need to be, as long as it doesn't, it's not inaccurate to the point where it's misleading or false. Just an average idea, something out there. The jurors don't get to bring it back during deliberation. They don't get to view it or anything, but just while the witnesses are on the stand, to be able to have that. Why didn't they okay. So I get annoyed with this one. The defense didn't argue, right? The state didn't object to the house being torn. The defense didn't argue for the house being torn, nor was it an option for those jurors to go there. So they have 3D models of that house. They took they took everything. They're able to recreate that house if they needed to.
The house was donated to the school, and the school wanted to demolish it. They felt that it was like a scar. They wanted the students to heal. A lot of the families disagreed with it being torn down. I'm not saying all of them, but some of them did. And eventually it was torn down. But regardless, the trial has been moved to Ada County. So the jurors wouldn't be able to take a trip if it were still there. It's many hours away to get there.
Well, nor would they be allowed to. It's a biohazard. It was condemned. They're not allowed to. The stairs were missing, the walls were missing, and it's a biohazard. So ask yourself, okay, if the house was still up right now, how would that help right now? If you're going to argue, well, why was it torn down? Let's say it wasn't. How does that help right now? Well, how is that going to help in trial? They can't go there. The jurors can't go there. They can't go in that house.
I mean, I personally wish it would have stayed up.
Yeah,
That's
me
just
too.
me, but I get that it's moot. Like it probably wouldn't have been able to be accessed, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't argued by either side. It is what it is.
No, with the amount of blood, um, bodily fluids, and the chemicals to test it, you're not allowed to go in there.
Right.
And it was ripped apart for evidence. It is, Tanel, because it seems like you keep throwing things out, but ignoring what you want to ignore, right? Or just answer the question, right? Okay, well, they tore it down. How would it help? Are you going to answer that, or are you just going to keep throwing out comments and not have anything to back it up? And I
Right.
told you could come up on panel whenever. You don't have to be limited to chat, but I'm going to assume you won't.
2112 says, MJ, do you perceive any advantage to either party as to the model?
Yeah, I think they could both use it to their advantage, but no, like, could defense use it to their advantage? Of course. Do I think defense could have more advantage if they don't use it? Yes. Why? Because the layout is extremely confusing, and it's much easier to let the juries sit there and not see a visual and not get a clear understanding of the likely path of travel and versus let them try to figure it out. Because I remember day one trying to figure out this house, and it was confusing as hell because we didn't realize there were 2 ground floors. And so I think defense knows it would aid if the jury didn't have clarity. I think that's what the defense is going for. Leave them confused.
I still think it could help the defense in their
It could.
cross-examination
It
too,
could.
because of the complexity of it. I think it all just depends on how the questioning goes and who the witness
Absolutely.
is.
I think defense I think if they have the choice, they don't want it in, but could they use it to their own benefit? Absolutely. Open that door to how the hell this confusing layout. How the hell did Bryan Kohberger, who never set foot, know exactly where to go, exactly where to enter? Things like that. They could use it to their benefit, but I think they know the larger benefit would come from not having it.
Mm-hmm. Ready for alibi?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You want to read or you want me to?
You can go ahead.
All right. The state's motion eliminated regarding alibi. The state moves to preclude, Kohberger from offering any evidence in support of an alibi other than from Kohberger himself. The basis for the state's motion is Kohberger's failure to comply with the notice requirements governing alibi evidence pursuant to Idaho Code. And if requested by the state during discovery, a defendant intending to offer an alibi must file a notice listing, quote, the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense and the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such alibi, unquote. The court has the direction to exclude testimony of any undisclosed witness offered as to a defendant's absence from at the scene of the offense. And Idaho Code is listed. An alibi is a defense based on the physical impossibility of a defendant's guilt by placing the defendant in a location other than the scene of the crime at the relevant time. Black's Law Dictionary, hence, in setting forth the notice requirements for an alibi defense, it requires a defense to proffer evidence establishing whether the defendant's proffer evidence establishing where the defendant's was at the time of the alleged offense. Evidence only counts as alibi evidence if it proves that the defendant could not have been present at the scene of the offense at the time that it was committed. If any alibi fails to account for a defendant's whereabouts for at least some period of time during which the crime was reasonably committed, it is not an alibi. The defendant was not entitled to an alibi instruction when his witness did not account for his whereabouts at the time of the offense. So this was stating case law.
I'm sorry.
I just went over the case law, reading it's like the partial alibi is not an alibi at all.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, the defendant has only provided notice that he was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, throughout the area of South Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho. He intends to present testimony by his expert, Cy Ray, to partially corroborate his alibi using CSLI data from Kohberger's cell phone. However, the alleged offense occurred between approximately 4:07 a.m. and 4:20 a.m. At most, Mr. Ray can opine as to where Kohberger's cell phone was up until 2:54 a.m. when it was apparently turned off, and approximately 4:40 a.m. when it began reporting to a network. Defendant Kohberger has provided no evidence as to his location at the time of the crime. In other words, he has provided no alibi evidence as contemplated by the rules. That's big. That part right there, that first paragraph right there. See?
Mhm.
Everybody should read that. Phone was off. The judge has it in the order.
Right. So Kohberger has said, oh yeah, I was out driving in the early morning hours throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow. Kohberger intends to present testimony by his expert, Cy Ray, who's a laughing joke, to partially corroborate his alibi using data from Kohberger's phone. However, the offenses, the time that matters, occurred between 4:07 a.m. and 4:20 a.m. So at most, even if everything Cy Ray proves to be true, he can opine as where Kohberger's cell phone was up until 2:54 a.m. when it was apparently turned off, and then again at 4:48 a.m. when it began again reporting to the network. So Kohberger cannot provide evidence as to his location at the time of the crime. In other words, he has not provided an alibi as evidence contemplated by the rules. So again, even if everything Cy Ray up on that stand proves to be true, it does not include where Kohberger was according to his cell phone between 2:54 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. You guys, the murders were 4:07 a.m. to 4:20 a.m.
Mm-hmm. And it has this, if we scroll to the bottom, it says, that 16 subscript says, this does not preclude Kohberger from presenting Mr. Ray's testimony at trial to rebut any contention by the state that Kohberger's vehicle was seen on surveillance camera driving to Moscow around the same time. Mr. Ray contends he was south of Pullman. However, Kohberger may not refer to it as an alibi or partial alibi prior to closing. At that time, Kohberger is instructed to address the issue outside the presence of the jury for guidance on what language related to alibi of any sort may be used.
Okay. Because I don't guess what? Even if Cy Ray can testify, hey, his phone was traveling in this direction when it was disconnected. Can you not turn left and turn left? Turn right and turn right? Can you not pop a Yui, a 3-point turn? What is that? There's such a large portion of gap missing.
Yeah. So that said, the court will not categorically preclude Kohberger at this point from offering alibi evidence at trial. Where to exclude late disclosed alibi evidence requires weighing prejudice to the state against the defendant's right to a fair trial and considering whether less severe remedies are sufficient.
Oh, sorry. Can I, real quick, before too much time passes?
Yeah, go.
It's not, they don't want him to be able to have an alibi. He doesn't meet the alibi requirements, Skadoosh. So you don't have to go for an alibi defense. That's a choice. But if you're going to go for an alibi defense, you have to meet those requirements, right? Well, what are those requirements? You have to be able to prove that you were somewhere else at the time that the crime was committed, okay? Whether that is from a witness, right? Like, hey, I was with Shay at 10:27 Eastern on Easter, right? I couldn't have committed this crime. But what, or my phone evidence shows that I was home at this time, right? I was pinging off my own Wi-Fi, XYZ. They are going for an alibi defense. So it's not that they don't want him to be able to have an alibi. It's that he doesn't meet those requirements. His phone, the only this is their alibi, that Cy Ray, their discredited expert witness, can show that his phone over an hour before the murders and over 30 minutes after the murders was turned on pointing in this direction. It doesn't include where he was at the time of the crime. So that is not meeting the alibi requirements. You can show he was traveling in this direction when his phone disconnected. You could show he was traveling in this direction when his phone reconnected. But how are you going for an alibi? Don't apologize, Kadoosh. That's why we're here, right? To get an understanding, to ask these questions. But what is any of that? How is that an alibi if you cannot prove Kohberger was somewhere else at the time of the crime? You don't need to prove he was somewhere else before the crime. You don't need to prove he was somewhere else after the crime. Your alibi needs to prove that he was somewhere else at the time of the crime. So again, they don't need to go for an alibi, but if you're trying to go for the alibi defense, you can't say, well, we have a partial corroboration elicited through expert testimony. You need to actually have that and then present it to the state. So the state, just like the defense has to have all of the evidence so they could prepare their defense, the defense has to give it to the state. So the state is prepared with their cross-examination and questioning and bring on their own witnesses to rebuke what potentially their expert witness will say.
Yeah, and in case law says U.S. versus White, a partial alibi is no alibi at all. If any alibi fails to account for a defendant's whereabouts for at least some period of time during which the crime was reasonably committed, it is not an alibi. So
Exactly.
they got to provide specific place,
Right.
names, addresses of the witnesses.
Yes. So he won't even say where he was. That's also a problem, guys, is that he's saying, well, yes, I'm acknowledging, and Anne is acknowledging that's his vehicle on at least one of the cameras. Okay. So I'm not denying that might be my my client's vehicle driving on the crime around the crime scene at the time of the crimes, but I cannot tell you where specifically he was at specifically the time the murders occurred. That's not an alibi then. You have to meet those requirements.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Bev. Yep. Okay. Conveniently, all of the times that the phone was disconnected from the network, right, Betsy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where are we?
So it says that said, the court will not categorically preclude the defendant at this point from offering alibi evidence at trial. Whether to exclude late disclosed alibi evidence requires weighing prejudice to the state against the defendant's right to a fair trial and considering whether less severe remedies are sufficient. And there is still 4 months until trial begins. If Kohberger does unearth alibi evidence, it is his obligation to immediately make the state and the court aware of it. At that point, the court can apply the Juarez standard. Excluding it at this time is premature, and therefore the motion is denied, subject to being re-raised.
Oh, you cut out for me. Gidget. They don't, here it is again. You don't have to go for alibi. So you saying, well, where were you in those 13 minutes? I'm not the one going for an alibi defense, nor does he need to go for an alibi defense. But he is. Do you understand? He doesn't have to go for an alibi defense. And if he didn't go for an alibi defense, he wouldn't have to show specifically where he was in those 13 minutes. But they're choosing to go for the alibi defense. So if you're choosing to go for the alibi defense, that requirement is being able to prove you have an alibi. You were somewhere else other than the scene of the crime at the time it occurred. So I don't have to tell you where exactly I was in those 30 minutes, nor does he, but he's choosing. Do you see what I'm saying? So again, like, it's those types of going back and forth where that's not going back and forth with respectfully intelligent debate, because it's just silly. If you think it's, well, why do I have to tell you? Well, then why are you going with an alibi? Just don't go with the alibi defense and go with trying to prove reasonable doubt. But you can't have it both ways. You can't say, I want to go for an alibi. I have an alibi. And then, well, why do I have to prove my alibi? That's just silly.
Well, and I think in part too is the reason why they were like the state was trying to, at least close the loop on this alibi thing was that nothing was provided in terms of witnesses. So the state also needed the opportunity to investigate that themselves.
They wrong, Tanel. They absolutely did go for the alibi. What do you mean? They're still trying to hold on to partial corroboration with the alibi. And Judge Hippler said, as of now, no, it's not alibi. And until you provide something that meets the requirements, it is not the alibi. So I don't know what you mean by BK isn't going for the alibi defense. They absolutely did. Did you not read those motions? Did you not read the alibi?
Well, and Anne even said in court that she specifically did a partial corroboration for the record because she wanted to use Cy Ray's testimony to rebut the state.
Right. They're going for the alibi through elicited witness expert testimony, through cross-examination.
That's out of Anne's own mouth. That's not us.
Well, and it was filed. I don't know what you mean, because we read the back and forth over the years. And do you not remember the stargazing?
We understand he's saying nobody was in the car with him.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. You cut out on the last sentence.
Me? I'm sorry.
It was subject to being re-raised.
I'm so sorry about that. So the motion was denied, subject to being re-raised if Kohberger does disclose alibi evidence. However, at this point, Kohberger has not provided an alibi, partial or otherwise.
And no, the judge did not demand an alibi until defense is going with the alibi defense. Do you understand? The judge didn't just demand an alibi. You choose. Are you going with an alibi defense? And if you are, this is your deadline. The defense originally submitted the first one that they said through cross-examination of state's expert witnesses. Then they said that's not the requirement of an alibi. So then they came back with, he has a long history of stargazing, going for hikes. The phone is going to show it. He takes pictures of the night sky. And that is what they've hung up to. And Cy Ray being able to prove his phone was going in a different direction when it disconnected from the network and where it was when it reconnected. The judge says there's a standard set. And if you're going, you have to meet it. So as of now, you can't go for the alibi defense. It's not just the judge demanded it. Like, you went for it, but you're not meeting the requirements. That's like saying, hey, I want to charge you with the murders. Again, you have to flip it and ask yourself, would you argue this if it was the other way around? I want to charge Bryan Kohberger, but I don't have any evidence linking him. Would you argue Would you argue that? That's silly, right? You have to have evidence linking him. Well, no, I want to charge him, but I don't want the evidence. It's the same thing with the alibi. They're going for the alibi, but they don't have an alibi. The judge isn't demanding it. There's standards, there's requirements, and they're not hitting it.
Well, and I think that we've talked about this before, Melissa, where this is a little bit different, is like in a different like investigation, guys, just thinking about it this way. Say you have persons of interest, not this crime. You would interview those persons of interest, find out their alibi, the investigators would, and then their investigation would develop from there. This is a little bit different. It's kind of a little bit backwards. We're finding out where Bryan was after the fact. It was his DNA and all this other circumstantial evidence that gave them probable cause to look into him further. It
Right.
wasn't like they got to sit down with him and other persons of interest and play the alibi game and go from there. So you're seeing it played out more in the court's motions, whereas I think a lot of this would have been done in that investigative process. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm. Well, and exactly, see, Carter, because Tanel's saying he didn't have a passenger to prove an alibi. But he doesn't, no, number one, he doesn't have to have a passenger. And number two, he doesn't have to prove an alibi. I think that's where I keep hitting it with you. He doesn't have to prove an alibi. I'm not sure if you're registering that. He doesn't have to have an alibi. But they're saying, hey, we have an alibi. Okay, what is it? Does it show he wasn't there at the time of the crime? He was elsewhere? No. All right, well, then you don't have an alibi. That's all it's saying. But you don't need an alibi defense. Let me make it so fucking clear. You do not need to go with an alibi. You could just say, no, I don't have an alibi for those exact reasons. I was alone and I don't have evidence, but I will write this trial, prove that it wasn't me through reasonable doubt and all the other evidence. You don't have to, but you can't say I have an alibi while also saying, well, I can't prove I wasn't there. Then you don't have an alibi. And not having an alibi does not equate to guilt. It's not synonymous with guilt. There's plenty of times where we're alone and we may not have an alibi.
And I truly believe Ann and them have not gotten confirmation from Bryan where he was at that exact time.
They did.
Because through Ann at the court, like she's stated that he was out driving. Like she can't provide more. I think she's doing the best she can.
Yeah. I think Ann knows, Shay. I just think
Do you think she
And
well,
I don't
well,
think she ever straight up asked like that. I think that they have a very specific way of asking defense attorneys, and through the evidence, she's doing her best with the evidence she has.
yeah. I think that as evidence has come out that from when this was first talked
Yes.
about, she may have a better understanding of his whereabouts and
Mm-hmm. Well, and think about the Menendez brothers. Maybe if you watched the recent Menendez brothers on Netflix, right? Yes, they were technically each other's alibis, but what did they do? They tried to go to that movie theater and purchase tickets to show, hey, I know it's just verbally we could be each other's alibi. We were together, but where were you? I have this ticket that shows I was at this theater at this location at this showtime watching this movie at the time the crimes were occurred. But I honestly, it feels stupid. I feel stupid right now explaining this because I feel like this is obvious. And that's kind of what hits my head is I'm totally open to people who believe as of now he's innocent. But when I have to go like this regarding something so self-explanatory, that's where it gets frustrating. And it feels like if you're just debate with actual, because there is a lot I feel like we could go back and forth and hey, this doesn't sit right with me, totally fair. But something like this, it's just silly. It makes me feel like I'm telling you the ABCs. Like, come on now.
yeah, I mean, take Kohberger out. This is just basic
Right.
crime 101.
Well,
Right.
here you have the state's notice for the prior traffic stop. It is pretty obvious, Nola. And yeah, the fact that he never went back to Moscow after the murder speak volumes to me. Why wasn't he shopping better anymore? Yeah. Yeah, they can. Absolutely, they can. Well, actually, you know what? Let me ask you. If it's the state's witness and no, I'm sorry, if it's the defense's witness and the state has to remain in the scope of defense.
No, they won't know.
I don't think they'll be able to, if it was a state's witness yet, maybe they may is Cyree on as a state's witness?
No, Cyree is a defense witness, but what you can
Only?
do, yeah,
Yes, after that. At any no time after that.
you can bring in people's like history of stuff as it's related through questioning. But I don't know if they'll go down that route because they could be like, weren't you discredited such and such? But I mean, also, it all just depends on the court.
Well, and in the they might be able to open that door, given that when the expert witness first comes on the stand, they give their long history of how many times they've testified as an expert in trial, XYZ, their education, their background, their history. And so that alone, the state may have the opportunity to be like, you mentioned that you served as an expert witness in this many cases. Have you ever been discredited in any, so actually they may have that opportunity. Whether or not they will, I don't know.
And it's up to the jurors to decide who, they may believe one expert over the other. It's not for us.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have the prior traffic stop. It says the state moves under IRE 404B for the admission of Kohberger's August 21st, 2022 traffic stop in Moscow, Idaho. Again, he was in Moscow. It shows he was in the area of the crime prior to the murders, driving suspect vehicle 1 with the phone number attached to the phone number in this case, and he was coherent and he was capable. And he was able to hold the conversation, understand he was being pulled over for a traffic stop, understand the consequences. That it shows a lot. So it says he was stopped for speeding and issued a citation for failing to wear a seatbelt. Specifically, the state seeks to admit the officer's OBV footage of the traffic stop as well as the citation, arguing it is relevant to proving Kohberger's identity, vehicle, ownership, and control, address, and phone number. Kohberger objects, pointing to Idaho Supreme Court case law stating that evidence of prior misconduct is relevant on the issue of identity when the evidence demonstrates sufficiently similar as well as distinctive characteristics or patterns between the prior misconduct and the charged crime. So the judge previously presiding over this case, Judge analyzed the admissibility of the OBV footage in context of the grand jury proceeding and found it admissible. Specifically, the judge found it relevant to identity and was not otherwise barred by IRE 403. So then, evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts may not be admitted pursuant to IRE 404B, which that isn't what they're admitting it for. They're not showing Kohberger has a long history of doing criminal acts like murder because he pulled over for a traffic violation. That is not what's happening here. When its probative value is entirely dependent upon its tendency to demonstrate the defendant's propensity to engage in such behavior. So you see what the defense is doing? Hey, you're trying to link him from past crimes to future crimes. No, nobody's saying getting pulled over for a damn traffic stop and not wearing your seatbelt has you capable of committing a quadruple homicide. Give me a break. So it says the court finds the evidence is relevant to establish Kohberger's identity and to link him to the charged crimes. Indeed, the citation and OBV footage up to the point that Kohberger provides his phone number serve to identify Kohberger by name, physical appearance, phone number, and address. The evidence also establishes Kohberger as the registered owner and driver of a vehicle, the make and model of which was thought to be used by the killer. Further, the evidence places Kohberger in Moscow at night on one of the dates of interest alleged by the state to be relevant to planning the charged crime. All of these factors played a role in the investigation of the crime. So while Kohberger cites to case law discussing identity under IRE 404B as requiring strong similarities between the bad act and the charged crime, this is the context of establishing identity through a signature quality or modus operandi. So this says case law. So just prior to Kohberger providing his phone number, he asked the officer why he needed it. This is after Kohberger provides his phone number. He and officer discuss ancillary matters that in nowhere bear on Kohberger's identity. Thus, that portion shall be redacted. So upon weighing the IRE 403 factors, the only portion of the OBV footage the court finds troubling is when Kohberger inquires why the officer needs his phone number. This inquiry could be perceived by jurors to be insolent. Given its lack of relevance and potential for prejudice, the inquiry shall be redacted. Other than this redaction, there is no basis for further exclusion. Kohberger claims of unfair prejudice and jury confusion lack merit. First, he argues there is no nexus between the traffic stop and the charged crime. Thus, the jury may consider it as a propensity evidence or otherwise be confused. However, as discussed, a nexus is not required for the purpose advanced by the state. Moreover, unfair prejudice arises only when the evidence, quote, has an undue tendency to suggest a decision on an improper basis and appeals to the jurors' sympathies, arouses their sense of horror, provokes their instinct to punish, or otherwise causes a jury to base its decision on something other than the established propositions of the case. So a traffic stop, particularly one as minor as this, is not the type of evidence that will compel a jury to conclude Kohberger is guilty of murder because he violated traffic laws. Further, the court will provide a limiting instruction. Kohberger also intends it is unfairly prejudicial because of the OBV footage providing a clear shot of Kohberger's vehicle, which may lead the jury to believe it is the suspect vehicle captured on surveillance footage at and near the crime scene on the 13th. However, this is precisely what makes the evidence probative. It links Kohberger to the crime scene. While this may be damaging to his defense, it is not unfairly prejudicial when balanced against its strong relevance. Thus, the motion is granted with noted redactions. Wow. And that's why, Shay, this one is so true. This one is so true right here. Okay, guys. Defense. Your Honor, the state is trying to introduce evidence that should suggest Mr. Kohberger is guilty, and that could prejudice a jury against our client. No shit. No shit. That is their job. Now ask yourselves, why isn't defense focusing on creating that reasonable doubt? And if he really is innocent, pointing out what leads to his innocence. Hey, he was here, he was there. Everything points to not looking good for him, but we just, hey, throw this out, throw that out. You can't use that. What are you left with? Where is the actual defense? Which I understand you only have to create reasonable doubt, but I'm saying, like, with us outside of the courtroom, what points away from Ryan? Really, what points away from it?
Right. No, I totally agree. I love that. It's so true.
But here, before, because I think the other ones are pretty short, but I wanted to go through a couple of these before. So it says, I'm curious, how in the world would Anne be able to prove Bryan was stargazing by lining up pictures from his phone with data to prove he was where he said he was, if his phone was off for part of the night? I mean, who's to say he didn't just snap photos on his excursion as part of his plan? Yes, grr. And it says Ann Taylor has claimed that cell phone data and images from Kohberger's phone can corroborate his alibi. You see that, Telly? Alibi for the night of the University of Idaho murders. Defense claims Kohberger was out driving and enjoying the night sky, and phone data, including photos, support his alibi, according to a court filing. Guess what? Even at 2:50 a.m. on the night of the 13th, he snapped a photo of the fucking sky that was farther away. It doesn't matter, because all that matters was the time the murders occurred. So this was a theory. It says, I've seen a lot of theories that Xana was the target. I've always assumed Kaylee or Maddie were, but I saw a theory that Bryan had ordered the food for Xana. Not saying I agree with that theory or rumor, but it just made me wonder why he would go upstairs first if Xana was really the target. What if, when entering on the second floor, Kaylee was going up the stairs to her room? It's been said that her blankets were turned down. Maybe she went down to the kitchen for something, and as she's going back up, he comes in, and she sees him and her, chases her up the stairs. She runs up to Maddie. No, this is a silly theory because she was in that back corner. No, I don't like
Okay,
that.
hold on. Tanel, I'm just going to go ahead and just squash this for you. In addition to Judge Stephen Hippler's civil and felony criminal calendar, he also presides over the Ada County Mental Health Court Program. He also serves as the Deputy Administrative District Judge for the 4th Judicial District, civil and felony criminal. Why do you keep saying he's a civil court judge? No.
Oh, my dear Lord.
Oh, my Lord. Sorry. Just about to drive me nuts on that one.
Don't apologize. Speaking facts, Shay.
Don't even get me started.
Exactly, Nev. It's just silly. And that's what I'm saying. I don't mind going back and forth having the debate. I just don't like debating respectfully stupid. So it says in the article, there's more discussion of Anne trying to delay the process even more. And this is being part of Anne's courtroom tactics. Going on to say, if this is true, the defense is looking, quote, the defense is looking to put enough distance to where they can get a more sympathetic jury, where they hope that some of the evidentiary stuff can be thrown out because maybe it's not as crystal clear as the prosecution wants. In my opinion, seems like a stretch due to the overwhelming evidence. So, former FBI agent says the defense is trying to create an illusion. We read that one. So it says, is anyone else bothered that the DNA under Maddie's fingernails is being dismissed because her tox screen says she was likely too intoxicated to fight back? We literally saw video evidence that she was up walking and talking hours before this happened, and according to records, she was making phone calls about an hour prior. So unless she was still drinking, wouldn't she have been sobering up since the grub truck video? Science isn't always exact when it comes to intoxication and tolerance. So they aren't throwing it out because of her intoxication. That came into play as far as Maddie didn't have any defensive wounds, so they never anticipated the DNA being underneath Maddie to include Bryan in the first place. It's not just throwing it out because of her intoxication. It's saying, we presented this as exculpatory. We're not trying to say it was Bryan, nor do we expect it to be Bryan. She was intoxicated. I believe she was likely the first of the victims, and she doesn't have any defensive wounds. So if she doesn't have any defensive wounds, why would you expect his DNA to be under her nails? So, Occam's razor visual of what is most likely, aka what would be a reasonable person assume, and what am I confident we will see at trial. There is no doubt Cyray's unscientific high error rate mapping and drive testing will be different than the FBI's industry standard and peer-reviewed drive testing. As he stated in his May 2024 testimony, paraphrase, Cyray, quote, SA Balance's draft report appears accurate, but there is 2 to 3% of missing data from Pullman 270 into and around Moscow between 3 and 5 a.m. And Taylor, quote, so either their drive test machine isn't functioning properly or the data was pulled from what we received. Cyray shrugs, quote, or maybe it was never captured in the first place. Yeah, buddy, what the fuck data do you even think they're going to get from a phone that is shut down and not communicating data to a cell tower network between 3 and 5 a.m.? Zero. Zero data for cell tower dumps. Zero data for CDRs. Zero data for CSLI. Zero data for timing advance. Zero data for anything, any LOS. Zero data for drive tests. The only drive testing done between the hours of 3 and 5 a.m. was by Kohberger via street-level cam data and not cell tower timing advance data. 25-plus cameras hit from 3:30 to 4 a.m. as he was circling the house like a shark. Then at 4:20 when he drive tested away from the location at a high rate of speed. But as an unscientific expert in the field turned podcaster, you already know this prior to your testimony and affidavit. Cyray paraphrased again, quote, I reserve the right to walk back my accusations once you figure out I'm lying when I made those slanderous accusations in my affidavit. No, judges are not death penalty certified. Thank you, Callan. Jesus. All All right, here. I'll just jump back to. We could go through these, I guess.
No, those are interesting. Sorry, I was like over here just raging on this judge thing.
No, it's okay because I guess I'd rather get through the other couple of new ones.
I
And
love that one.
I'm still on this. Yeah, someone please tell Banfield to calm down just a little bit, okay?
So there was an order on motions in limine regarding the family members in the courtroom. It's not marked as new, but it was basically went over the judge with Bryan's family. It's a real short one. I just wanted to point that one out to you. You might find that one of interest.
I find them all of interest, but this is regarding the bushy eyebrows. So Dylan was a roommate of the victims. She was the sole eyewitness to the intruder, believed to have carried out the homicides. During her interviews with law enforcement, Dylan described the intruder as having bushy eyebrows. Kohberger motions to exclude any evidence at trial referencing the bushy eyebrows, arguing Dylan's description is unreliable and therefore irrelevant and or barred. The state responds that Dylan's description is based on her personal knowledge and is relevant, and there's no basis for exclusion. Oral argument was held, and the court concludes that Dylan's description of suspect's bushy eyebrows is admissible, which that's court law. So Dylan observed a person at 4:19 a.m. inside her residence, which she shared with the 4 roommates. The phone records, are exhibits. Dylan placed several phone calls and sent several texts to her roommates. The only roommate who responded was Bethany, who resided downstairs. They had 2 short phone conversations and exchanged texts. Within those phone calls and texts, Dylan relayed to Bethany she saw a person in the residence wearing black, and he had a ski mask that covered his mouth and forehead. Same day, approximately 11:56 a.m., 911 was called for an reported unresponsive female. MPD responded. Officer Nunez took a statement from Dylan. She told the officer she saw a male, quote, not insanely tall, wearing all black, and a mask that was just covering his forehead and mouth. Later, Dylan repeated that description. He was a little bit taller than me. I couldn't really see much of him, and I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit. He had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth. She gave the description a third time, repeating he had a mask, he was an inch or 2 taller than her, and he was a basketball player, kind of skinny, and a voice she did not recognize. She was kind of in and out of it because I was so scared, and I was really tired. She did not mention anything during that interview about his eyebrows. Approximately 1:47 the same day, Dylan was interviewed at MPD by Detective Mowry. During that interview, Dylan reported she saw a white male she did not know, maybe my height, a few inches taller, skinny, athletic built, wearing all black, and wearing this mask that covers just his forehead and here. Regarding his height, she reported, I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 feet. She responded no when asked if she saw what color his eyebrows were, and added, I don't remember what his eyes looked like either, but she saw his eyes, and he was definitely a white guy. She again mentioned that she was in and out of it because she was tired, and explained everything was kind of blurry, like I don't fully remember it, I would say. 4 days later, Dylan was interviewed by ISP. So she gave detailed recounting of what she did on the 12th of Saturday, November 2022, until she went to bed at approximately 3:20 a.m. She stated that sometime between 4 and 4:20, she woke up and heard a male's voice she did not recognize saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you. She said at that time she was out of it and probably still tipsy. I believe I was also very drunk. She opened the door and saw someone, explaining, and I don't know how I knew it was someone because from my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses, like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see, all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about. So Dylan described the male as skinny tone, basketball kind of type, 5'10" tall. she was 5'10", and so around 6 feet tall, somewhere around there. She stated that the male was approximately 3 feet from where she was standing, but added, quote, "That could be off because I obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't fully remember. I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how." Dylan then recounted calling and texting Bethany that there was someone in the house wearing all black and a ski mask. Dylan conveyed to the interviewers that she did not, quote, "know for sure if it fully happened. I don't know if my mind's like making up stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know how to fully explain it, I guess." They explained to Dylan that the most important thing was to tell only things she knew were true, and Dylan agreed. Dylan also agreed that she was traumatized and it could affect her memory. They asked Dylan if she suffered from anxiety. Dylan responded that she did and added that she had, quote, "a lot of lucid dreams of being like kidnapped or chased." She also indicated she would watch Criminal Minds and fall asleep to crime podcasts. So they sought to reconfirm the facts that Dylan's memory. Dylan reiterated she saw a male figure in the hallway approximately 3 feet from her. He was holding something. He was wearing all black clothes. His forehead was covered. He was wearing a ski mask. She remembered his eyebrows. They asked what was covering his face, and Dylan stated, "I don't know, a weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes, because I saw his eyebrows, and I think I saw his nose, like this part of his face, but I don't know." She stated she could not see the male's mouth and did not remember if she saw his nose, but confirmed, quote, "I know I saw eyebrows, and I don't remember his eyes. I just feel like I can see eyebrows, but I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered." The investigators inquired if Dylan could provide a composite for an artist, but she said she could not. Again, she reiterated she did not, quote, "remember what his eyes looked like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows looked like at all, really. I just remember thinking like eyebrows. Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember the color. I just remember bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember." On November 13th and the 19th, law enforcement took photos of Dylan's bedroom. On the wall were many magazine photos and drawn pictures pinned to corkboards. The drawings were of human faces with an emphasis on eyes and eyebrows. Some of the eyebrows are heavy. On December 1st, 18 days after her first interview, Dylan was interviewed by F.I. Aaron Williamson, and Dylan gave a detailed account of her day on Saturday until she went to bed on Sunday. Dylan reported she heard a man's voice, and it wasn't Ethan's. It was like, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She saw all black figure about my height, maybe a few inches taller, skinny build, wearing mask. She again stated, "I saw I don't remember if it was just like one eyebrow or two, but it was just like this bushy eyebrow." She described texting Bethany about a guy in all black and described the ski mask, stating, "I could see any of his hair, but I remember just seeing it. It was almost rectangular, not the circle ones. It was rectangular because I remember seeing I don't know how to explain it. Just seeing this. Maybe I'd be able to see a cross, but I don't remember seeing his eyes, but I feel like his eyes were there. I could just see an eyebrow. I feel like that's how I know he saw me, because I could see his eyebrow. If I can see his eyebrow, he can see me." She reiterated, "From what I remember, I think he was just walking past that little wall and going towards the kitchen. And I don't know. I just remember seeing an eyebrow. I don't know why I just see one. It was just one bushy eyebrow. I don't remember the color, the full shape. I just remember it being bushy." She also drew the mask for the interviewer. While drawing, she gave a consistent description of the mask and noted the eyebrows. "I don't remember if I saw one or two. It was just weird." She explained she had, quote, "scary lucid dreams, but she would always know when she was dreaming. When she saw the intruder, however, she did not fully understand whether it was a dream or not." She also indicated that when she first saw the intruder, she thought he might be a fireman. On the 29th of December, Kohberger was arrested in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The following day, December 30th, 47 days after her first interview, Dylan was interviewed by ISP detectives. They asked Dylan whether she had seen a picture of Kohberger. She stated that she had seen the mugshot, but she had no clue whether Kohberger was the person she saw in her house. She explained, "From what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was not fat, obviously, but more of like the skinnier tone build and some mask on. I don't know what the mask exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and here. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how he was white. I just knew he was. And this knowing there's like, I knew he had looked at me because of the bushy eyebrow. That's all I remember. But I have no idea what he looked like. I don't like, when I looked at his picture, nothing came to me at all. So like, I don't know. I feel like if I saw that, my mind would be like, oh yeah, that's him. But I don't remember at all. When asked whether she told Bethany the male had a big nose, Dylan stated, quote, all I remember, but I don't remember a big nose at all, like at all. That's like, all I remember is like some bushy eyebrow in all black and some sort of mask. But it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember. May 15, 2023, Dylan testified grand jury proceeding for the above titled matter. She testified she woke up around 4 a.m. to noises. She testified she opened her door and heard a man's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And I didn't know who the man's voice was. She testified she opened her door again and saw a figure in all black, which I believe was a person. I knew the person was white. I don't know how, but I just knew it. I knew it was male. I think I knew that because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. And then I knew his build wasn't like scrawny and he wasn't fat. So I figured it was like a basketball tone lean build. Regarding what the person was wearing, Dylan testified there was like, from what I think I remember, it was like a black mask, almost like a ski mask, but not. It's just like covered the head and then maybe up to the mouth, maybe more. I can't remember if it just covered the chin, the mouth, or the nose or lower. She said his clothing was all black. She also testified, well, the thing I can really remember was something about a bushy eyebrow. I don't remember seeing anything else, just something about a bushy eyebrow. DM's testimony satisfies IRE 601 and 602, and Kohberger first suggests that Dylan is not competent or lacks personal knowledge to testify about bushy eyebrows. According to the Mason-Biggers balancing test. So Kohberger points out that Dylan's opportunity to see the intruder in her home was seconds at most. Her attention was influenced by sleepiness and alcohol. She constantly questioned what she saw. Kohberger argues Dylan's description of the physical characteristics of the intruder were general in nature and could fit millions of individuals. Kohberger also notes that while he does not have bushy eyebrows, the artwork on her wall displays individuals with prominent eyebrows. As the state notes, however, the Mason-Biggers test does not apply here because Dylan did not make an identification of Kohberger, and her descriptions were not the result of the use of law enforcement identification techniques. In fact, the sole instance when Dylan was asked to identify Kohberger was when she was shown his mugshot after his arrest, and she responded she had no clue whether it was the person she saw. So not to be deterred, Kohberger alternatively argues that the court should find Dylan unreliable based on scientific studies that explain the fragility and inaccuracy of memory. The court finds no basis to do so. As a general matter, every person is competent to be a witness. Incompetency, which is determined by the court, applies to a person whom the court finds are incapable of receiving just impressions of the facts about which they are examined, or of relating them accurately. Additionally, a witness may testify to a matter only if evidence is introduced sufficient to support a finding that the witness has personal knowledge of the matter. Dylan was a direct witness in this case, as the factual recitation sets forth in detail. Dylan's account of what she saw and the physical characteristics of the intruder were remarkably consistent throughout all 5 interviews and her grand jury testimony. While she did not mention his eyebrows in her initial interview, she thereafter identified the bushy eyebrows on multiple occasions as something that firmly stuck out in her mind. Although she might have been intoxicated or tired or questioned her memory, the consistency of her descriptions suggests a high degree of reliability. While Kohberger may cross-examine Dylan about his concerns with her memory, his challenges to her competency and personal knowledge as a basis for exclusion are unfounded. So there's no basis to exclude her testimony about bushy eyebrows. Its probative value substantially outweighs by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury. Kohberger points out Dylan could not provide enough details about the intruder to provide a description to a composite artist. He asserts that to allow her to testify about bushy eyebrows would confuse the issues and result in unfair prejudice because of the danger the jury will believe he is guilty due to his eyebrows, even though they just said, I don't have bushy eyebrows. So Dylan's testimony about bushy eyebrows is highly relevant to this case. Dylan is the only witness to the intruder responsible for the homicides. It is the jury's task to determine whether Kohberger is that person. Further, there is nothing confusing about her testimony. Her descriptions of the bushy eyebrows have been consistent and clear. While she could not provide enough details for a composite sketch, it is unsurprising, given her observation that the intruder was wearing a mask on his face. Moreover, while the description might or might not implicate Kohberger, it will not result in an unfair prejudice. It only arises when an undue tendency to suggest a decision on an improper basis and appeals to the jurors' sympathies, arouses their sense of horror, provokes their instinct to punish, or otherwise causes a jury to base its decision on something other than the established propositions in this case. Dylan's description of the intruder having bushy eyebrows will not reasonably compel a jury to find Kohberger guilty simply because he may have similar eyebrows. There is a large gulf between finding a witness is not competent to testify about what they personally witnessed and simply allowing impeachment by vigorous cross-examination. This is a matter for cross-examination by Kohberger and any concerns with Dylan's ability to perceive and remember what she claims she may be tested in that matter. So it is the denied regarding getting the bushy eyebrow order thrown out. And I just want to show you guys this. So someone just, and don't take this, it's just an idea, a visual they did of this. And it says, here's a rough composite I did of what Dylan may have seen that night, peeking out her bedroom doorway. From her interview, she confirmed a white male wearing a black balaclava-style mask, 6 foot tall, basketball player build, and bushy eyebrows. She wasn't able to determine eye color, probably due to darkness, for visual reference only. And I know it may look silly, but no, it really does give an idea of everything it would be covering. So it is not surprising to me, Shay, that eyebrows stick out because he has a very pronounced eyebrow bone. What is it called?
His bone structure, like his
Right.
eyes are more set in, and
his eyes are more sunken in. And if it was dark and she was groggy and confused and under the influence, it is not surprising to me at all that eyebrows stood out to her, because there really is a limited amount that you could see, but he does have a very prominent eyebrow bone and sunken in eyes.
Yeah. It's chilling.
Know, Harlot. Sorry, go ahead.
I said it's chilling to see that.
Yeah, his eyebrows are super pronounced, right? But what you want to know what something weird is? His eyebrows seem to have thinned out. Because that's why it's also really, an eyebrow ridge, 7 lilies. Thank you, Truth Exposed. So, right, especially when you're claiming he doesn't have bushy eyebrows. But hey, the jury's gonna think my client's guilty because he doesn't have bushy eyebrows. What the fuck does that mean? But the photo he took the day of the murders with his thumbs up, you know what he had? Bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, and I hear a lot of provers saying he doesn't have bushy eyebrows, but we want this taken out because same thing and same.
Oh man.
Oh no.
I want to get I know we've been on for over 3 hours already, but I want to get through because this one was interesting too. Wait, what did I do? What did I pull up?
I think anything that identifies him or puts him there, they want thrown out. I mean, they're doing their job.
Yeah. So here, this is the the motion regarding the psychological and psychiatric evidence, but we could just jump down to the facts because everything else is just like the standards.
Okay. You want me to read this one?
Yeah.
Okay. During the course of this case, the defense team retained Dr. Rachel Orr, a clinical neuropsychologist, to conduct a comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation of Kohberger and issue a report. She ultimately diagnosed Kohberger with autism spectrum disorder level 1 without accompanying intellectual or language impairment, ASD, and obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, among others. In Orr's report, she also listed various diagnoses for which Kohberger met criteria in the past. One of these was developmental coordination disorder, DCD. According to Dr. Orr, ASD is a complex, heterogeneous neurodevelopmental disorder rooted in brain differences and characterized by social and behavioral features. It causes deficits in which affected individuals perceive and react to others and their environment, causing problems in social communication and interactions, repetitive behaviors, and narrow range of interest. There is a wide range of autism symptoms and severity. Deficits can include a restricted range of affect, atypical eye contact, restricted range of affect, atypical eye contact, displaying facial expressions or movements that do not match what is being said, failure to consider social cues, having trouble with speech reciprocity, and repetitive behaviors. While the defendant is diagnosed with the least severe form of ASD and by all accounts is highly functioning, both Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan noted deficiencies in his behavior to include intense eye contact, restricted range of affect, occasional subtle rocking of upper torso while seated, awkward gestures and interaction, atypical tone, lack of appreciation for personal space, and um, how do you say that? Pedant,
Where
pedantic
is it?
speech,
Hold on.
PEDANTI,
Oh,
pedantic
pedantic
speech.
speech. Yeah.
Pedantic speech, sorry. However, Dr. Orr also observed that Kohberger demonstrated typical social behaviors such as fairly consistent, though intense, eye contact, polite demeanor, and social conventions, i.e., shaking hands upon greeting in Orr's report. Says Dr. Eileen Ryan conducted a psychiatric evaluation of defendant and agreed with Dr. Orr's diagnoses. And then it lists a mental health site. So Orr reported she noted Kohberger engaged in conversation and was never overtly inappropriate. Dr. Orr noted that Kohberger manages sensory processing differences by self-soothing activities like driving and extensive time in the dark. That's interesting.
What?
Yeah, right above. Scroll right above that. Right there.
Okay. Sensory processing by self-soothing activities like driving, of course, and extensive time in the dark. Okay.
Kohberger's OCD is manifested through compulsive cleaning behaviors and taking precautions to avoid contamination. Oh, good
Thank
night.
you, Linda. Heading to bed. Thanks for tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us and happy Easter. Thank you. Thank you. Get a good night's rest.
So Kohberger's OCD is manifested through compulsive cleaning behaviors and taking precautions to avoid contamination, sickness, or germs. Orr's report, he excessively washes his hands and reported using gloves during basic everyday tasks.
Not when he was pulled over, huh?
Mm,
Shay? Not when he was pulled over. I wonder when he was going
no.
into the store. Was he ever in the classroom with gloves? Grading all the papers? No? Okay.
Yeah, I'd be curious about that. I wonder if there was
Yeah.
any interviews asking that. I
Yeah.
have not
Like,
heard that.
where the fuck are the gloves? Show me him wearing gloves.
Although Kohberger does not carry a current diagnosis of DCD,
Mm.
Dr. Orr opines that he met the criteria for the diagnosis in the past. She explains in her report that Kohberger's educational history, parent report, and evaluation results all provide evidence that Kohberger experienced significant deficits in motor functions in the course of development, which in turn contributed to problems meeting typical motor and coordination milestones of childhood, e.g., problems of catching balls, handwriting, riding a bicycle. While motor problems have not impacted his functioning significantly in many years, Kohberger continues to present with impairment in fine motor dexterity and vulnerabilities in visual motor functions, evidence in his cognitive profile and observations of his behavior. Orr also reported the only observation Dr. Orr made with regard to Kohberger's fine motor dexterity was that Kohberger, quote, moved his whole arm and repositioned his upper body slightly to manipulate the items effectively, unquote. Okay.
Hmm.
In her cognitive profile, she stated that Kohberger's visual motor skills were relatively weak in the context of his overall profile, particularly when precision or dexterity were involved. Examples: copying, visual motor sequencing, consistent with the history of fine motor deficits. When isolated, Kohberger's fine motor dexterity and speed were impaired bilaterally less than 1 percentile, likely impacting his visual motor performances as well.
He was
According to
able
the
to operate a motor vehicle, though, Shay? Wow.
Wow. Wow. According to the declaration of Dr. Jeffrey Lewine, submitted by defendant as Exhibit D1 to his response to the state's motion, ASD, OCD, and DCD are either neurodevelopmental or neurobiological disorders as opposed to mental conditions caused by external psychological factors or events. He notes that an MRI of Kohberger's brain shows objective evidence of disrupted brain structure in several nodes of the social network.
Dr. Lewine was not disclosed by Kohberger as a retained expert, and he concedes, however, that OCD can be partly influenced by psychological factors.
Mhm. Says so Idaho Code 18207 is not applicable. Says applies to any issue of mental condition in any legal proceeding at which the defendant's mental health condition may be an issue. That is quoting State versus Samuel. It provides in relevant part one, mental condition shall not be a defense to any charge of criminal conduct. 3, nothing herein is intended to prevent the admission of expert evidence on the issue of any state of mind, which is an element of the offense, subject to the rules of evidence. Idaho Code 18207, under the statute, evidence of a mental condition is expressly permitted to rebut the state's evidence offered to prove criminal intent or mens rea. Any expert testimony admitted on the issue of mens rea or state of mind under Idaho Code must speak to an element of the crime. Here, however, Kohberger is not intending to use his diagnosis to challenge the state of mind elements of the crime with which he is charged for. In fact, he is not intending to use his diagnoses as a reflection of his mental state at all, and disputes that they are mental conditions in the first place. Thus, because Kohberger is seeking to introduce his diagnosis to explain physical deficits rather than mental deficits that disqualify him from forming the intent necessary to commit the crimes, does not govern the analysis. B, evidence of defendant's diagnosis. Having determined that Idaho Code does not apply, the next question is whether evidence of Kohberger's diagnosis is relevant. Evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. Whether a fact is of consequence or material is determined by its relationship to the legal theories presented by the parties. Even if relevant, the trial court has discretion to exclude the evidence if the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Unfair prejudice is prejudice that tends to suggest a decision on an improper basis, quoting state law. So 1, evidence of ASD to explain demeanor is only admissible if defendant testifies. With regard to evidence of his ASD, Kohberger contends it is relevant to explain that his ASD diagnosis is a physical condition and how it presents in his demeanor. Specifically, Kohberger asserts testimony about his ASD will help the jury understand that his behavioral characteristics, such as his flat affect, intense eye contact, awkward body posture, and lack of emotive responses, are associated with his ASD and should not be interpreted in a sinister light. Kohberger argues he should be able to introduce this evidence at the outset of trial. The state responds that Kohberger's demeanor is not a fact of consequence in this case and is not even evidence the jury can consider, at least if he does not testify. To this end, the state relies on a body of law regarding the prosecutorial misconduct in commenting on a defendant's demeanor as evidence of guilt. In one representative case, the U.S. versus Schuler, the court observed that a defendant's courtroom behavior defendant's courtroom behavior off the witness stand is not admissible evidence and is legally irrelevant to the question of his guilt or of the crime charged. Thus, in the absence of a curative instruction from the court, a prosecutor's comment on a defendant's off the stand behavior constitutes a violation of the due process clause of the Fifth Amendment. That clause encompasses the right not to be convicted except on the basis of evidence adduced at trial. While the relevance of Kohberger's demeanor is raised in a different context here, the principles of this body of law apply equally. The Supreme Court has declared that one accused of a crime is entitled to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence introduced at trial and not on the grounds not adduced as proof of trial. The jury will be instructed as to what evidence it is allowed to consider in arriving at its determination of guilt or innocence, sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, and facts to which the parties have stipulated. A non-testifying party demeanor is not included and therefore legally irrelevant to the question of guilt. While Kohberger cites to case law allowing evidence of ASD in the criminal context, those cases are distinguishable. In State versus Barr, which defendant predominantly relies upon, the New Jersey Supreme Court found evidence of the defendant's ASD was properly admitted in a child rape case for two independent reasons. One, to explain that the defendant's actions of having okay, let's just keep going. I don't want to go down that route. I'm sorry. The oddities in this behavior were not discussed in this opinion. However, in a prior decision, this is going through Supreme Court, the court noted that during a pretrial court appearance, the judge became alarmed by the defendant's odd appearance and demeanor when he arrived in court with a bag or large sign draped over his head. Okay, this is going through case law. I'm
Yeah.
going to keep going. Let's go down to the next page.
Yeah, not one.
Not one of Kohberger's experts have ever imputed behavior to him that remotely approaches the odd behavior in Burr. Moreover, the court has had the opportunity to observe Kohberger through multiple hearings over the past several months, some lasting all day. Not once has the court perceived Kohberger to be acting in an odd or incongruent manner or otherwise demonstrating signs at counsel table that would warrant any explanation to the jury. His demeanor has been entirely appropriate. In addition, unlike in Burr, the state has indicated it will not present any evidence from witnesses about Kohberger's allegedly odd behavior. Consequently, testimony about Kohberger's ASD is simply not relevant if he does not testify. Moreover, introducing such evidence risks confusing the issues, misleading the jurors, wasting time, and potentially unfairly prejudicing both Kohberger and the state. The jury will already be instructed about evidence it allows to consider in determining guilt because there is no reason for the testimony except to explain something that a jury is not allowed to consider in the first place. Kohberger's demeanor, it may very well cause confusion about the role the expert testimony plays in their overall determination of guilt. While the court is not blind to the fact that the jury will be scrutinizing Kohberger's courtroom behavior during trial, allowing testimony about his ASD to explain his courtroom behavior amounts to judicial endorsement of improper evidence. If anything, presenting evidence of Kohberger's ASD will focus the jurors even more on Kohberger's behavior that they likely would not have noticed in the first place. It may also diminish the weight assigned to evidence the jury is instructed to consider in aiding in its determination of guilt, despite instructions to the contrary. It essentially invites the jury to consider the character of the accused to determine guilt, which is not proper except as allowed by RE 404. In this sense, the evidence runs the risk of being unfairly prejudicial to Kohberger. It additionally risks playing into the jurors' sympathies to the prejudice of the state. Moreover, expert testimony, particularly on the diagnosis as encompassing as ASD, will consume a significant amount of time in an already lengthy trial. Next page, it says, consequently, if defense does not testify, consequently, if Kohberger does not testify, evidence of his ASD to explain his courtroom demeanor is admissible under IRE 401 and 403. If, however, Kohberger testifies, evidence to explain his demeanor may become relevant. At that point, Kohberger's demeanor, which goes to his credibility, is relevant evidence a jury can consider, which the state concedes. However, prior to presenting testimony on the matter, Kohberger must raise the matter with the court outside the presence of the jury to discuss the permissible scope. The court reserves ruling on admissibility of OCD evidence. Kohberger argues that the evidence of his physical manifestations of OCD may be relevant in rebuttal. Those manifestations, according to Dr. Orr, including compulsive hand washing, wearing gloves to avoid germs, and generally avoiding anything contaminating. Kohberger further adds an argument only that his OCD causes sleep difficulties that have led to a habit of night driving and running to decompress. He argues that if the state elicits testimony at trial related to these facts in order to support elements of the crime, evidence of these manifestations will be proper rebuttal. The state responds that it does not intend to introduce any evidence during the guilt phase as to Kohberger's odd behaviors, social miscues, or other unusual behaviors. However, it requests that the court reserve ruling until the time of trial. The court finds this as is an appropriate approach. Again, prior to introducing such evidence or otherwise mentioning it before the jury, Kohberger shall raise the matter outside the presence of the jury. And some of the bottom quotes of this say that Kohberger's ASD can certainly be raised in voir dire, including questioning the jury panel about whether they can avoid judging the defendant improperly based on how he presents at counsel table, which may allay defendant or Kohberger's concerns about how the jury will perceive him. And then number 11 says Dr. Orr noted in her report that Kohberger engages in self-soothing activities to decrease sensory input caused by his ASD, to include spending extensive time in the dark and driving. This was not linked to his OCD, however. And number 12, the way of example, he notes that just prior to his arrest, law enforcement saw him wearing gloves and handling baggies. Believing he was destroying evidence, law enforcement abbreviated its knock and announce procedure. If the state introduces this or similar evidence at trial, Kohberger asserts that evidence of his OCD would be relevant rebuttal to offer another explanation for his behavior. And I'm at number 3, right above that. It says evidence of DCD is not admissible to rebut ability to commit crime. As with his OCD, Kohberger argues he intends to introduce evidence of deficits in his fine motor dexterity and visual motor function caused by DCD to rebut the state's evidence that it was possible for him to have acted with the speed and coordination required to commit the crimes. The state responds that defendant is, you're fine, right there, is improperly stretching the bounds of his expert opinions to reach an inference that cannot reasonably be drawn, which was not disclosed, and for which otherwise has no support. It argues that the evidence is not relevant to guilt and or barred by IRE 403. The state's challenge is well placed whether defendant was physically capable of the speed and dexterity to commit the crime on account of DCD is within the realm of expert opinion. As Dr. Lewine observed, DCD is characterized by impairments in the development of motor coordination, including dexterity, limb speed, and gross and fine motor skills. Go ahead. um, So Lewine, it says it's associated with structural and functional disruption of motor control and coordination networks with minimal modulation by physiological factors. However, it is not a diagnosis from which the defendant currently suffers. Do you want to step in there or say something? Sorry.
Where are we?
We're right at the top, right there, right where you have it.
In her report, Dr. Orr noted DCD was a diagnosis for which Kohberger met criteria in the past. So again, not diagnosed to now. He met criteria at like a preschool kindergarten age where most of our kids get evaluated for potential IEPs, right? Never sought treatment and never got a diagnosis until post-murders. So further, there is nothing in her disclosure or report suggesting Kohberger was physically unable to commit the crimes due to impairments associated with DCD. Her entire discussion on Kohberger's DCD is as follows. Kohberger's educational history, parent report, and evaluation results all provide evidence that Kohberger experienced significant deficits in motor functions in the course of development, which in turn contributed to problems meeting typical moto and coordination milestones of childhood. Problems catching balls, handwriting, riding a bicycle. While motor problems have not impacted his functioning significantly in many years, Kohberger continues to present with impairment in fine motor dexterity and vulnerabilities in visual motor functions, evidence in his cognitive profile and observations of his behavior. The only observation Dr. Orr made with regard to Kohberger's fine motor dexterity was defendant moved his whole arm and repositioned his upper body slightly to manipulate the items effectively. In her cognitive profile, she stated Kohberger's visual motor skills were relatively weak in the context of his overall profile, particularly when precision or dexterity were involved, copying, visual motor sequencing, consistent with the history of fine motor deficits. When isolated, Bryan's fine motor dexterity and speed were impaired bilaterally, less than the first percentile, likely impacting his visual motor performances as well. The foregoing presents the extent of expert commentary on Kohberger's DCD. Nothing therein remotely approaches an opinion about Kohberger's ability to commit the crimes. At most, Dr. Orr could testify about her observation about his weak fine motor dexterity and visual motor skills, but without any opinion tying this evidence to his ability to commit the crime, its relevance is lacking, and it invites unsupported speculation by the jury about Kohberger's ability to commit the crime. Additionally, there is again the concern the expert testimony will consume an inordinate amount of time on an issue for which there is no foundation in a trial that will already be lengthy. Weighing this concern against the lack of any probative value further warrants its exclusion under IRE 403 as the state of the evidence stands currently. So it is granted in part and reserved in part. Okay. I'm wide awake to now, respectfully. I think maybe you should go to sleep, though. All right. So this is the order granting motion in limine regarding the make and model of a suspect vehicle. So we already know his car was seen, various locations near the crime scene, and what they believe is the same vehicle, suspect vehicle 1, the white sedan that was seen arriving at and departing from the 1122 King Road area. From one such video, law enforcement determined the vehicle was a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. So Kohberger seeks an order precluding the state from referring to the vehicles depicted on the various surveillance videos as the same vehicle, suspect vehicle 1, and from asserting that suspect vehicle 1 is a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. He argues that these are speculative conclusions that invade the province of the jury. The state responds that it intends to elicit expert testimony establishing the vehicles are the same, and such testimony will neither be speculative nor otherwise improper. Oral argument was held, and the court took the matter under advisement. Court finds that the state may present expert opinion that the vehicles depicted in the videos are the same, as well as the make and model. So the admissibility of expert testimony is discretionary. Facts: following the homicide, law enforcement gathered video surveillance footage from various locations surrounding the crime scene, including 1112 King Road, a residence immediately northwest of the crime scene. That video footage shows a white sedan, suspect vehicle 1, enter the King Road neighborhood at 4:04 a.m. and then depart from the area at a high rate of speed, 4:20 a.m. The same footage showed what law enforcement believed to be the same vehicle make 3 initial passes by the crime scene in the 30 minutes before 4:04 a.m. Surveillance video from 5 other locations within a 0.6 miles of the crime scene also captured what law enforcement believed to be suspect vehicle 1 in the hour preceding the crime. Based on the direction of travel and timestamps from these videos, investigators mapped what they believed to be suspect vehicle 1's route of travel. One of the surveillance videos relied upon by law enforcement was from a camera located at 1125 Ridge Road. Video footage captured at 4:01 a.m. from this camera provided a clear view of the white sedan depicted therein, which law enforcement believed shared similar characteristics to a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. While there is no continuous footage showing the vehicle identified in the Ridge Road footage traveling to the crime scene, the Ridge Road camera was located 0.3 miles down the road from the crime scene. From this collective evidence, investigators believe the vehicle seen on Ridge Road footage at 4:01 a.m. was suspect vehicle 1 captured on the 1112 King Road at 4:04. So based on the lack of continuous footage showing the vehicles captured in various surveillance videos traveling to the crime scene at 4:04 a.m., Kohberger argues it would be improper for the state to identify those vehicles as suspect vehicle 1 or otherwise identify suspect vehicle 1 as a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. He argues any such testimony is speculative and therefore not relevant, unfairly prejudicial, and invades the province of the jury. The state responds that the testimony is based on logical, educated inferences drawn by law enforcement for the surveillance videos. It adds that the testimony does not invade the province of the jury and is highly relevant to determine whether the vehicle captured at 4:04 a.m. on the 1112 King Road camera was defendant's vehicle. To the extent Kohberger is attempting to prohibit the state from arguing or asserting as fact that the vehicles are the same or that suspect vehicle 1 is a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra, he is correct that it would be speculative and improper without expert testimony to provide a basis to make this contention. However, this proscription does not prevent the state from eliciting such opinions from law enforcement and asserting that this is an allegation during the trial based on that testimony. An opinion is speculative when it, quote, theorizes about a matter as to which evidence is not sufficient for certain knowledge and, quote, suggests only probabilities. So they cite case law and it says, here, law enforcement's opinion that the vehicle captured on Ridge Road camera at 4:01 a.m. is suspect vehicle 1 captured at 4:04 a.m. at 1112 King Road footage, and it's not based on unsupported theories or possibilities. Rather, the opinion is based on the investigators' training and experience and educated inferences drawn from their review of surveillance footage from 6 locations within a mile of the crime scene during the hour preceding the crime. From this evidence, the investigators were able to map what they believed was the suspect vehicle's route of travel preceding the crime, as well as identify its make and model. Kohberger ignores this collection of evidence and focuses instead on solely 2 points of reference. However, the investigators had multiple data points from which they could reasonably infer that the vehicle seen on Ridge Road at 4:01 a.m. was the same that had been seen driving throughout the area in the preceding hour, including the 3 passes by the crime scene. Further, based on the direction of travel of the Ridge Road vehicle and its distance from and location respective to 1112 King Road, it is likewise reasonable to infer, notwithstanding the lack of continuous footage, that it continued traveling along Ridge Road until it reached King Road. Such open testimony would not usurp the jury's role as fact finder. The jury is tasked with determining whether Kohberger committed the alleged crimes. The state asserts that the perpetrator drove suspect vehicle 1, and based on the totality of evidence, that it was the defendant's Hyundai Elantra. The investigators' observations and inferences about the route of travel of the vehicle, its make and model, whether the Ridge Road footage from 4:01 a.m. and the King Road footage from 4:04 depict the same vehicle, and whether the depictions were all the perpetrator's vehicle, are relevant to this determination. The jury is free to weigh this evidence and all the investigators' testimony against the offered by defendant and decide for itself what the surveillance video depicts and whether it supports its ultimate conclusion bearing on Kohberger's guilt. Finally, Kohberger's only articulated basis for excluding this testimony, IRE 403, is that it would be prejudicial due to its speculative nature. Because the court has found otherwise, there is no basis for its exclusion under IRE 403, as it's relevant and substantially outweighed by the factors with which Rule 403 is concerned. So, based on the foregoing, Kohberger's motion in limine for the make and model of suspect vehicle 1 is denied. Denied. Okay. So I see the next one is long, so I'm probably not going to open that one up. I'm going to save that for next time, which sucks, but like it's getting late, but I wanted to go through a couple more of these. I wanted to show you guys these. All right. So this is again Ashley with, it really does look like if Dylan saw the suspect holding something down along the side that appeared to be like a vacuum extension, this could be like, I could understand why her brain, hi Kimmy C, happy Easter, I could understand why her brain jumped to something that she could correlate it to and something recognizable, even though a vacuum attachment does not make sense at all.
Right. I could see the shape.
Yeah. Hey, where do I go? Wait.
Okay, Tanel, like cut it out.
Yeah, you're not having a discussion. At this point, you're just, yeah, Tanel, but I like to keep open for everyone. I don't like to block people. I don't like to, but when you're not like making any valid points, you're just setting the whole court, enough, please. Good night, Kimmy. So, this is the PCA regarding the pre-3 a.m. timing is confusing. There is no doubt. Even Anne was confused, saying 2:42 a.m. Kohberger was probably turned on to Bishop Boulevard when the PCA states 2:42 is a time his phone was utilizing cellular resources near his residence and leaving his residence. Nothing about Bishop Boulevard. This is all relayed information from different people that didn't write the PCA and things got jumbled. It isn't nefarious. It's just a ton of info they were trying to organize into the PCA for the arrest, inconsequential to anything exculpatory. A reasonable person can infer what it generally means, given all the other evidence. An unreasonable person will jump on the confusion to spin their own narrative that it will be inconsistent with all the other evidences. This becomes apparent once you figure it out. Regarding the contested 2:47 to 2:54 a.m. phone off time frame, it doesn't matter whatever scenario you want to run. Okay, maybe that wasn't his car on WSU Cam and hits in Pullman. Doubtful. And maybe it wasn't his car that passed Floyd's cannabis. It doesn't matter how far he drives south of Pullman after 2:53. It's still over an hour before the crime occurred and would only take max 30 minutes to get to 1122 King Road from any location he could get to by 2:54 a.m. phone off. Yes, the PCA was written inaccurately for that pre-3 a.m. time frame, and because Anne has no defense, confusion, accusations, and vague assumptions are her defense, which I 100% agree with. But if she had any real exculpatory evidence, she'd be including it in all the filings for all to see. She has not done that, ever. Just claims without evidence. We will know at trial what the true sequence of events are, but given all the evidence we do know, I have included an Occam's razor visual of what is most likely, aka what, and I don't, maybe I have the next screenshot. Hold on. No, I don't know. I think my things went out of order. This is was Kohberger really Papa Roger? There remains a popular theory that Kohberger is the suspect in the Idaho student murders, was secretly posting in true crime groups, this group being one of them, under the name Papa Roger. This account mentioned details that weren't public yet and went silent right after Kohberger's arrest, but there's no official proof linking him. Your opinion matters. So majority thinks yes. Too many coincidences to ignore. Smaller thinks no, just internet speculation. Larger says maybe, could be, but we don't know for sure. And a very, very small says not sure, need more evidence. They aren't putting their careers on the line to know. Like, it's Anne's job. You understand that? She wasn't privately obtained. Do you understand that, hon? It's her job. They took an oath. Do you think only innocent people get defense attorneys? No, you don't have to stop getting an opinion. Just stop repeating misinformation as fact, right? State things in your opinion. Don't state inaccurate things as fact. Because saying that Ann Taylor's willing to put her career on the line when no. Do you know how many guilty people have defense attorneys? Are they all putting their career on the line? Every person has the right to a defense. Anne was appointed. You understand that? She was appointed. So do you think that she says, oh, you're guilty, I'm out? No, that's not how it works. Now, Cy Ray, he's already been discredited. Of course she did. Of course she did, Tanel. That's her fucking job. Like, what are you saying, girl?
She said he's innocent right now.
Like, that's her fucking job. Do you expect her to say, I think he's guilty?
There's defense attorneys who will tell you that they've represented people that have been innocent and others that have been guilty, and it's their job
Latifah
to
Stout's
ensure that,
attorneys. Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's their job to ensure that their client is able to receive a fair trial and that their constitutional rights have not been,
Right. Like, my goodness. And she said, my client has vehemently expressed his innocence, right? Okay. Yeah, it's her job. And
So then why is his DNA on the knife sheath? Single source. He bought a knife. Same knife, same sheath. Why is it there?
Yeah. It's like being a plumber and refusing to unplug the clogs. Yeah, like what? Hey, this pipe is clogged. Thank you, Mr. Plumber, and I'm gonna unclog it for you. No, he wouldn't unplug those pipes. He's gonna put his fucking credibility on the line. Okay, you think those pipes aren't fucking clogged? He's not gonna go in and unplug those pipes if they're not clogged. Give me a break. And Tisha's attorneys tried to fight that she was NGRI. Look at Dr. Dorothy Lewis, an expert, which once again put her credibility on the line. My God, there's always states experts. There's always defense experts. I'm sorry if you're new to maybe the court process and you don't understand that there is nothing unusual about this. There's nothing unusual about this. It's just a high profile case.
Easy Jeff's comment.
He's not putting his credibility on the line. Like, what do you mean? He already has been discredited, number one, and he's allowed to get up there as an expert. And here's the thing, Tanel, he's not getting up there and putting his credibility on or career on the line because guess what? What he is going to prove isn't anything state is disagreeing with. So let me ask you, what is Cy going to lose his career over? If he gets up and says, suspect vehicle 1, based on this phone's path of travel was heading in this direction at 2:50 something a.m. And at this time, at 4:53, it was traveling in this. And state doesn't have anything to argue with that. How is that throwing his career out the window? Because none of that has to do with the time the crimes were committed. Do you understand that? So unless he's trying to prove at the time at 4:15 a.m. the phone was over here pinging, he can't do that though. The phone was disconnected. So he's not going to be putting his career on the line for anything. He's going to be an expert witness to testify about something that really isn't fucking relevant at all.
Actually, Cyrus said he has the right to change
Yes,
his opinion.
I just read it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the timing advance reports because they weren't pulled within the 7 days because he wasn't identified till December 19th, was past the 7 days that it could have been pulled for November 13th. But I do like Jeff's comment. He quoted one of Jodi Arias's attorneys. I don't know if you saw El Jefe's. Thought it was really perfect.
Defense attorneys have to say certain things. We don't necessarily believe what we're saying, but we have to assert the argument. The client is to direct the defense. End quote. Jodi Arias's defense attorney.
And everybody knows
you probably
Jodi's
think
crazy.
Casey is innocent too. Casey Anthony, right? Because Jose Baez wouldn't put his fucking career on the line. I'm sorry, his career only took off.
A lot of lawyers want the big cases.
Mm-hmm.
It's their job.
Have pondered this since the last hearing. The DNA under the fingernails, any way you look at it, was inconclusive. Cannot confirm the identity. Period. Bika Barlow seemed to attempt to muddy the waters, throwing out irrelevant statistics and claiming it to be more complicated. None of it changes the one fact that Kohberger's DNA was on the sheath that they claim was planted. How exactly is Barlow going to benefit his case is a bit puzzling to me. It's a good point.
Oh. Single source DNA.
So you can't actually delete the Amazon purchase history, so this would make sense why it doesn't state anything was deleted. While you can't completely delete your Amazon purchase history, you can archive individual orders to hide them from your default order history view. This means the order will no longer appear in the main Your Order section, but it's not truly deleted and still can be accessed through the View Archived Orders section.
Okay, that makes sense to what Micro was saying earlier.
Mm-hmm. You want to read that?
I think AT knows he is guilty. I think she has probably been upfront with him by telling him, I have no way to explain away this and that. Seems like she knows she is not going to win this one. Seems her focus has shifted from claiming her client is innocent to focus on saving his life. Anyone else feel this way? This is just some of the discussions and the groups that Melissa got some screenshots of, if anybody's wondering.
Mm-hmm. Kind of seeing what everyone's talking about.
And pages 29 and 30 represent any time that the 8458 phone utilized a cell site identified as part of page 28 between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 23 separate instances between July 9th, 2022 to November 7th of 2022. Balance will testify that the 8458 phone used cell sites consistent with being at the crime scene during these dates and times. Balance will further testify that the hours between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. were identified by the investigative team as times of interest.
Exactly.
Which Balance is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm scared of Balance because she knows what he did in the Daybell trial.
Exactly.
Let me change. I gotta change my headphones over 1 second.
Okay. Well, then I guess you guys have nothing to worry about, right? You know, like the 8 hours alone gets him off. Totally fine. You know, I don't know why people struggle with two things can be true at the same time, right? Hey, bad call, not calling 911, bad decision making from these young adults, and he's guilty. But if what you guys are saying is true, then you have nothing to worry about, right? All that will come out. And so this just says, Kohberger's, how do you explain Bryan trying to delete his activity related to his K-bar searches and purchases on his Amazon account if he did not have any nefarious intentions? You can create reasonable doubt about Bryan's cell phone pings. You can create reasonable doubt about a car that looks like BK's being seen on cameras along the route of the cell phone pings. You can create reasonable doubt about the reason Bryan switched car state registration a few days later after the crime. You can create reasonable doubt about the sheath and if it was planted. You can create reasonable doubt about the bushy brows. You can create reasonable doubt about the odd throwing away of trash in the neighbor's trash while wearing gloves. You can create reasonable doubt with the stargazing. You can create reasonable doubt about the Amazon activity. What you cannot do, however, is create reasonable doubt about all of those things existing together.
It's the stacking of that evidence.
It's the stacking of all of the circumstantial evidence. Hey, unnamed.
Most is circumstantial in cases. It's very rare that you would have direct evidence.
Yes, even eyewitness is circumstantial.
And even, I mean, I even look at like Kyle Rittenhouse. You had that on camera, and it still was highly, argued in court because of the self-defense, even though it was on camera.
Well, Matt Mlow, you prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Joseph says, hi, I once thought critically that Kohberger could be innocent, and with the wealth of factual and circumstantial evidence, I cannot hold on to that conclusion of possibility. And that's okay. Nobody should be walking around saying he's 100% guilty. We haven't gone to trial yet. Fuck. But you're not supposed to be, he's 100% innocent. You could lean one way or the other. But if you're willing to accept evidence presented and you're just stuck on what you believe, that's a problem, no matter which way you're, which direction you're leaning in.
Yeah, no, direct evidence, like having a crime on camera isn't always going to be the case. There's still would be circumstantial evidence that led to it. Good Lord.
You're declaring that the jury is tainted before the jury has been selected. Like, can you let that sink in? You're already accounting for him being found guilty and why he's innocent and he's going to be found guilty because the jury's tainted. The jury hasn't even been fucking picked. The jury selection process didn't even happen. How are they tainted? You guys are just so, you just want to believe what you want to believe, and it's concerning. It makes me concerned, honestly. The same way that I would be I'm concerned when I try to talk to people about 9/11, and I experience in my real life people who just will not accept the fact that our government can lie to us, cover-ups can happen. Like, it makes me concerned. But it's the same way when I think this is too far. It's, that's racist. Hold on. What? Who said something racist to you? Fuck out of here. Yeah, they wouldn't believe it if it was live stream, Freya. But it's the same way for the ones who are, nope, the jury's tainted. The jury hasn't been fucking picked yet. It's crazy. Okay, I've been following it since the day it happened. What's the point? And you know what? I don't like that shit, because you could be someone who came in later and be very educated on it. It doesn't matter. So it says
I would put it this way. If there is somebody else out there that did this and there was exculpatory evidence, like the things we've been reading, and would have it out there, we would know about it. But it has not been provided.
No.
And I wanted to hear it.
Anne is searching, like, that is her sole purpose, is to find that exculpatory evidence, guys, or alternate perpetrator. If she hasn't presented it, what makes you guys in the chat think that you know better than fucking the judge, Tanel, for you to say it's an inexperienced judge? You in the chat do not know more than the fucking judge. Okay? Oh, you're silly. Okay.
Okay, honestly, I want to say something to this Matt person. Like, seriously, I'm from that area, and you should sit all the way down. Carmelo, are you kidding me? Austin's life mattered. Like, fuck off. Sorry.
Don't say bit. Like, come on, dude. And that's how you know right there when you can't argue facts, Matt Mlow, right? You can't argue facts, so what do? Bitch, right?
Yeah, it just upsets me. I'm from this area, and the whole Austin Metcalf thing in Carmelo, it's awful. It's really divided a lot of people. It has nothing to do with race.
Honestly, though, I'm over that type of shit. Don't bring that shit in here. Don't bring that shit in here. Seriously.
Agreed.
But you can't, I understand. It must suck not to be able to argue with facts and intelligence. So you could call me a bitch. That's fine. Yeah, it's exactly amnesia. It's when you can't come in, you can't point me in the direction, you can't source it, you can't come with the facts. You have to just go to name calling two chicks on the internet who are reading through court documents, right? No problem, Tanel. Thank you for acknowledging you can't practice self-control. And so I'm sure one of the mods would be so happy to block you. But yes, it would take asking because we don't like to block here. So pardon me for giving you your room to share your opinion.
Mm,
I didn't call you.
I was talking to Matt.
We were
was
talking
me.
to Matt. We were called a bitch to Nell. But again, thank you for confirming the fact that you're not able to interpret and register the things going on. So now it makes a lot more sense of why you're not willing to accept the evidence right in front of you, right? Makes
And
a lot of
I
sense.
recognize Matt from when we used to cover this before they
remember
would come in here.
I
Mhm.
remember. Silly, man. So it says, someone enlighten me, please. If they are not friends and family of the Kohbergers, why do pro-burgers feel so strongly he's innocent? I mean, dang. If there is some miracle in an alternate universe, of course, he is proven innocent. Somehow, some way, a guilty party I've never heard of was brought forth with more evidence and is found guilty. I would still move forward with my life and say, well, damn, not the first time I was wrong. What facts are they standing on? What makes them believe in his innocence? And I would love that, right? Exactly. If it comes out tomorrow that there is a shit ton of evidence that points to someone else and their guilt, I would be like, well, fuck, I was wrong. He's not guilty. But it doesn't go the other way around. Nobody called you a bitch. You're trolling at this point to now. Nobody. Why doesn't it go the other way around, Shay? Why aren't people who are, I'm leaning towards his innocence, are willing to say, hey, if the evidence comes out that points to his guilt, I'm willing to accept that. You're not willing to be wrong. I have Soul Survivor. Like, again, I've been covering this since the day it happened. You get that, right? I've discussed everything. I'm sorry that my specific timeline for this specific live maybe didn't meet what you wanted me to discuss, but I'm trying to get through these motions. Thank you, Kimmy. Trolls are out in full force tonight. It's the case. I did tell you guys, for anyone who wasn't around, this case brings out the most. But thank you.
And we haven't even dived into the stuff
No.
that brings them out yet. So just wait. Yeah, nobody called them a name. We were talking to Matt, but Tanel wants to make it all about them.
This person says, in my opinion, it seems as though Bryan Kohberger had made the decision to commit murder before even identifying his victims. Why did he target this house and these victims? And I agree with this. It seems with the evidence so far that he had the intention to commit murders before he had the victims picked out. Do you agree? Shay?
Yes. Yeah, I was rereading it. Yes, I do. And I didn't think that before until we got the Amazon information and the purchases. I didn't think it would be that premeditated. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I could have thought it was the other way around until that other evidence came out. But, I'm open to hearing more.
Right. Hi, Miss Smoking Bread. Hey, Jamie.
Sorry for my cuss off. I just really get
Oh no,
upset
you're
about that
fine.
Austin and Carmelo thing. It makes me sad.
So this is a clinical social worker with training in OCD. They don't treat OCD themselves. They do have a solid understanding of it. People with OCD can be very rigid and create strict rules or expectations around their compulsions, but OCD does not make someone violent. In fact, if a person has OCD with intrusive thoughts about harming others, they're usually terrified of them. The key thing to know is that OCD thoughts are unwanted and distressing. They're not based on preference or desire. That's why it's so important to recognize that Bryan, or whoever committed this crime, wanted to kill. His actions, stalking, planning, carrying out the murders, were intentional. People with OCD do not want their obsessive thoughts, but the murderer clearly acted on deliberate intent. It's a really important distinction to make out of respect for those living with OCD. Now, about the crime itself. If Bryan did this and gave himself a time limit to go in and get out, which seems likely given that Dylan and Bethany were left alive, it could explain why he left by 4:20 a.m. If he had no other reason to rush out, it suggests he may have been sticking to a self-imposed time frame, which could have been part of his plan. This is what I mean when I say it is likely played a part in why they are alive. Without OCD, would he have cared to commit this crime without a certain time frame? Obviously, only Bryan or the knows the full truth, but based on what we do know, this is just my way of trying to think clinically and conceptualize and make sense of it. If anyone else has thoughts or insight, to add. In short, his OCD didn't make him kill, but it may have dictated aspects of how he killed. And I thought that was really interesting.
Mm-hmm. I was saying to King in chat earlier that I had one of my best friends, Melissa, I watched her develop OCD through anxiety. It was really interesting because I've
Mm-hmm.
known her for so long. Never seen her to have like OCD tendencies. We were roommates for many years. And like over the pandemic, like she just started developing things that not were like washing hands, but it was other stuff that it apparently like after she sought like help was they said it stemmed from anxiety. And I thought that was really interesting because they
Yeah,
were talking about the OCD coming from like a psychological aspect
right.
when we were reading those motions, and I could totally understand that.
Yeah. Hi, Morale. This just mentions how originally this person thought that the sheath was left behind intentionally. Now, like as a calling card, now he was just plain stupid. As a PhD student in this field, he did not want to be caught, and it's evident in the fact that he tried to delete his purchase history after the crimes were committed. Ann Taylor, we need to see the timing advance and drive test data for the critical time of 3 to 5 a.m. that we are missing and you are hiding. Balance. Your client's phone was off from 3 to 5 a.m. We have no data for a phone that wasn't communicating to cell towers. We don't have cell tower timing advance or drive test data, but your client recorded his own test drive data via street level cams from 3:26 when he entered Moscow until 4:20 when he's seen drive testing away from the house at a high rate of speed minutes after the mass murder where he left his DNA. Sit tight. We're about to show you all that. This says, love how the defense is using his ASD as a lame excuse for everything. They say he's affect and toner are flat. He has trouble with fine motor skills, not gross motor skills. He can't focus on anything or will only zone in on one thing in particular, talks in circles, and pretty much can't hold a normal conversation. Makes him sound like he has the intelligence and social skills of a 2-year-old. This sounds not only like a slap in the face to high-functioning adults on the spectrum, it's just also not true of Bryan. He has level 1 autism. They are usually high-functioning members of society. Lots are doctors, professors, lawyers, etc. Bryan got very far in his education as a criminology student, was in school as a PhD student, as well as being a TA. Criminology is not just a laser focus on a study such as chemistry or math. It involves critical thinking, something the defense is trying to say he's incapable of, that he is too slow to carry out these murders. Again, not a fine motor skill. He was also able to do everything a high-functioning adult is able to, pass his driver's test, shopping, living on his own, and able to carry on a simple conversation according to people who knew him, as weird as he may have came off. So the defense claiming he is a bumbling idiot who would come across as a raving lunatic in court is complete BS.
Mm-hmm.
You want to read it?
Just because the prosecutor presents a document or evidence does not mean it's facts, because the purpose is to protect the activity and members involved. A lot of money for the university. I do question things that don't make sense, such as,
Sorry.
It's okay. I do question things that don't make sense, such as Brian's DNA, but then I think about the possibility that whoever tested it was able to write up a document showing it's Brian's to draw attention away from the real situations. We watch movies with cliffhangers and are shocked how they ended, real life documentaries like this, and it's crazy when they reveal everything smoothly. I I probably haven't written this to make it make sense because it's so complicated. It's so interesting and scary taking a dive into the rabbit hole. Do you think this is a possibility? After researching all of this, I can't look at this case any differently. I try to make sense of the prosecution's motions and evidence. It just doesn't make sense. I'm also realistic and know it could be Brian, and I'll be surprised if the evidence is solid at trial without a reasonable doubt. If anything, I have a good movie plot. Laugh out loud. Patiently waiting for a trial to wrap this up. Thanks for reading if you made it this far.
Oops. Where was I? Okay. Okay. So, wait. So it says, in my research that extended over time, as more information or evidence that has been uncovered, I have been able to verify connections with public records of court docs, Facebook profiles, pictures of different people together that shows they knew each other. Not gonna lie, the stuff I found is scary. The Aryan gang, who are spread out the U.S. is like the cartel, or I guess they are. I'll try my best to sum this up the best I can. There is a history of drug trafficking well before the murders. 2 of the victims' mothers have spent time in jail. The girls all knew each other in one way or another before they lived together. Xana and Maddie's mom were arrested, and the only reason I'm reading this, guys, isn't to push this narrative out, but this is what is going on. This is what people are saying. Xana and Maddie's mom were arrested for drug trafficking within a week of the murders. In a plea deal, they became informants and released from jail. The murders took place 2 days after their release. Also, Ann Taylor was originally representing Xana's mom, Kara, which can explain why Ann took on Brian's case, because she knows he is innocent, and they are up against very powerful people. I believe she knows exactly what's going on and continues to be very careful exposing shit. Bryan did ask police if anybody else was arrested, and he has stayed quiet. He didn't fight to be released because he's safer in jail. Court docs show Jesse Bailey, the leader, was busted for drug trafficking in and around this time. Charges have been dropped against these people. One of the gang members is Farley, and you could hear one of the girls clearly yell, "Farley, I see you," in one of the camera footage that night. Bailey's last name of the leader, Emma, is related. She is seen in body cam footage at one of the parties at the house. Emma is good friends with Dylan and a guy named Dimitri. He and Emma have records also. Farley drove a white sedan, an Elantra, and it was found with the front end smashed on side of the road after the murders. This was in the news, but it was quietly ignored. Emma's family has a business near King Road. Bryan met Emma and Dimitri in Pullman and would buy drugs at the business Emma's fam owned. There's that connection. There is an ongoing investigation involving the drug trafficking ring. It's been going on for years. They have made drug busts, but they need to get the head of it. This is huge. Idaho to Mexico. Big money. Many informants have died. 1 vehicle crashes as well as other ways. When you think of a possible motive to violently murder the 2 mothers, snitches, daughters, that makes sense. Rather than kill the mothers, they went after their daughters to send a message of the powers they have. Think about whose room the murderer went in to kill them. Maddie and Xana. Dylan wasn't a target and was friends with Emma. Unfortunately, Ethan and Kaylee happened to be there. Also, the morning of the murders, there's an eyewitness that was up at the house up to the right of the deck smoking. You know who that is?
Oh, yeah.
Dot.
Dot.
Okay, so
Dot.
they're still posting about it. So there's an eyewitness that was up at the house to the right on the deck smoking and saw Dylan, another female, a black male, Dimitri, and 2 other males smoking a joint at 8 a.m. They said they were shocked when it came out that the murders happened because the group was just passing a joint around. Nothing appeared wrong. Now pause. Let me pause before I even continue. Go back and me and Shay had Dot on my channel multiple times. She 100% admitted it was all a lie. So this is what I mean by it is terrifying to see that people are willing to accept shit that channels, they knew it was bullshit. They knew it was bullshit when they hosted her, and they still did for clicks, views, money. It is all out there. You can even find some of the dots on my shorts. Just go and listen to the shorts. It was all bullshit. It was all a lie. That person was never there. So it says, I've read numerous.
And Dot has inserted themselves in other cases too, as well as
Yes.
Kibbleweed. So
Yep.
these trolls go from case to case, not just Idaho 4.
Right. I've read numerous things that point out the house was a drug house way before the girls moved in, as well as different people's connections. Sorority prosecutor Xana is from there and was in a sorority, as well as many other professionals. It's a small town with many connections, and it's reasonable that people fear for their lives or ignore or comply with demands. Now, as far as Bryan goes, he was the fall guy. This was absolutely pre-planned. Emma and Dimitri knew Bryan and saw that he was different. If you think about an easy target to frame and manipulate, he would be an easy target. Buying drugs from Emma explains why Bryan's phone would ping in that area. Emma, what? So why didn't they say any of this? So, Emma knew he also had a white car. They could have known Bryan had a knife in his car. Sure, they could have known that, right? And took the sheath to plant it. I would think that a dangerous organization are able to get away with this. There is some truth to the speculation that some law enforcement or campus security are connected, and this could be very true and easy to manipulate evidence to support their narrative. Just because a prosecutor presents... Where is it? Just because a prosecutor... Oh, and that's the rest of what you read. Just because a prosecutor... Where was it?
Is it a document?
Yeah, just because a prosecutor presents a document or evidence does not mean it's facts, because the purpose is to protect the activity and members involved. A lot of money for the university. I do question things that don't make sense, such as Bryan's DNA, but then I think about the possibility that whoever tested it was able to write up a document showing it's Bryan's to draw attention away from the real situations. We watch movies with cliffhangers and are shocked at how they ended. Real life documentaries like this, and it's crazy when they reveal everything smoothly. I probably haven't written this to make sense because it's so complicated. It's so interesting and scary taking a dive into the rabbit hole. Do you think this is a possibility? After researching all of this, I can't look at this case any differently. I try to make sense of the prosecution's motions and evidence. It doesn't make sense. I'm also realistic, and I know it could be Bryan, and I'll be surprised if the evidence is solid at trial without a reasonable doubt. If anything, I have a good movie plot, patiently waiting for the trial to wrap up. Okay. And this is where I'm very concerned, Shay.
What?
This is people really like... Shay, some people are still running with that, not understanding that it's bullshit.
I know.
Here.
Even like the interviews you've had with Dot and Kim, those have been reviewed by a lot of the conspiracy pro-burger channels. Like, they love it, and they don't see that you are calling them out and debunking them. Like, they're trying to find fact in it. It's wild.
Here's Dot. Good old years ago with me and Shay. Here we go. What did Brat ask you to do? Because you said when you first came on here, she's spewing a bunch of lies. She asked me to... What did she ask you to do specifically in regards to...
She just controlled me. She controlled me. What?
That's Dot.
What to say, what not to say, when to go into a live, to try to, like, you know, she would give me these ideas and throw them out there. Like, and she's like, I don't know why you don't want to get paid. She said that probably 100 times. I don't know why you don't want to get paid for this. You can get paid for this. You don't understand. You can get paid. I got paid like $7,000 from Howard for what I did for the information. He's going to write this book. Like, you can get paid for this. I'm telling you, girl, like, you could go, and do this and get money for, like, that was all she was about, was money, money, money.
Okay. And it all blew up when you had your cam slip. What did Brat ask you to? And these original lives are on my channel. These are just the shorts that I clipped.
So we started reviewing the leaked text messages that Brett Norton put out between her and allegedly Steve Galvez. And Dot got brought up in him, and that's how Dot ended up here.
Dot said that she was the neighbor that I just read that post. She was the neighbor who witnessed Emma and Dylan and them. She was the outside smoking a cigarette and saw them all smoking a joint, right? That post was just made today. Dot it was all a lie. She admitted on my panel it was all a lie.
It is what it is, and it's done what it's done.
You do know it's illegal what you did, right? Hold on.
What is?
I've listened.
You do know it's illegal what you did, right?
What is illegal?
You impersonated somebody.
Who did I impersonate?
Did you not give the details of an actual person who lived next to the house? An actual person.
So you're claiming that the person that
I'm not claiming. This is what you guys
you're saying that the person that I spoke for isn't true then.
No, you are not that person.
That. You can't impersonate.
No. You are not that person. That's what I'm saying. That's impersonation.
How is it impersonation when somebody asks you to do that?
It doesn't. Someone could ask me to kill. Does that make it not illegal because I was asked?
That's not an argument. That's nothing of an argument.
It's not an argument. You were asked to do. I'm sorry. Can you go shoplift that Snickers? Oh, officer, I was asked to shoplift.
Okay, so what are stories?
What?
What are stories?
You do know it's illegal what you did, right?
At the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's done what it's done. And I don't want to be affiliated with her, and I want to move forward and do what I can do to make things better.
These are the ramifications and consequences of your actions.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's completely fine. I'm just saying that when messages are being read, unless you have proof,
please send the rest. If I am missing something, the full context, send it.
But what I'm saying to you is that you're reading messages that she's saying to Steve there's no proof of any of that behind of what I'm saying.
That's my entire point, is it not? That she is feeding this to the victim's dad, and it's all bullshit.
I never knew she was even talking to the victim's dad. At the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's Brett presented to Steve. That's what we're talking about. At the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's done what it's done. And I don't want to be affiliated with her, and I want to move forward and do what I can do to make things better.
These are the ramifications and consequences.
Brett presented to Steve. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about.
But you wanted to come up here and say your side of it because.
But I'm not coming up here saying I'm some innocent person, and I'm like.
I understand that.
But I'm trying to convey to you that what was being said to Steve was not things that I specifically said.
But it wasn't ever supposed to be you. It was supposed to be the other person.
Correct.
So did the other person say it?
What do you mean? Did the other person say it? I don't know where she got that stuff from. I don't know what she did and who she talked to. I don't know if she talked to that other person. I have no clue.
I thought were you the three of you not collabing on this together?
No, it wasn't a collaboration. It was this person wanting to tell their story and me willing to do it, and Brett knowing both of us. I don't know if she went and talked to that other. Brett presented to Steve. That's what we're talking about.
what did Brat ask you to do? Because you said when you first came on here, she's spewing a bunch of lies. She asked me to, what did she ask you to do specifically in regards to
She
the
just controlled me. She controlled me. What?
So that's Dot. And again, if you don't go all the way back, you're not going to know what that is. That is people who claimed to have seen people who were not there, to have been the neighbor. Dot claims, oh, well, it was an impersonation because it was a real person, a real neighbor that they took the name of and claimed, I'm that person and this is what I saw. Then Dot tried to say, well, no, they asked me, they were too scared to come out and share their story. So that's like me pretending to be Shay. Hi, I'm Shay. She asked me, she asked me to do it, so it doesn't count. No. But this got all the way back to the victim's dad. This was fed to Kaylee's dad.
Multiple conspiracy theories were fed to the victim's dad.
Yes.
And that was part of the issue that we were dealing with, is we were debunking stuff and all this shit kept coming out and it wouldn't stop. We were trying to get to the bottom of it. Why? Why was this happening?
Dot even went as far as saying that she was in the murderer's getaway car. Okay?
Mhm.
So when I say like this shit went deep, it went deep. And so it's concerning when you see people making posts, right? Enough with the autism shit to know, respectfully. He wasn't diagnosed with autism till post murders. Do you not understand that? So how are you gonna frame the guy with the autism who has not been diagnosed yet? Like, follow the bouncy ball. He was not diagnosed till post murders. Holy shit, man. I just can't. Hi, Cree. I can't, Shay.
I know.
I can't.
It festers with me. I just want to debunk the shit out of everything.
I know. Well, Tanel, you're more, again, I know you say I'm not a voice person, but people like you always aren't, right? And you're never willing to come up on panel and actually hold the conversation. But I guess with the next episode, we'll finish reading because there was the DNA one, and then we'll focus on the pro-burger stuff, all of the people who say he's innocent, and focus on what their narrative is. Because again, if people had a good argument, I'd be open to it. But it's when you get shit like this that I can't argue that shit. Oh, well, that's not important, Harlot. Because if we're going to frame someone, we're definitely not going to put any linked evidence in his car or apartment. Come on. Yeah, there's just no point.
Thank you for having me up, Melissa. I'm going to jump down.
Well, thank you. I love you. 4.5 hours, and we still, again, haven't scratched we keep trying to get through the documents to get to the point where we could just have a discussion on like what's going on. And there's just more and more, which I'm not complaining about, but I don't understand, even as we get more and more, people aren't willing to accept that. And I don't know why.
I don't know. It's tough. I think there's certain things that like we may not ever understand. I know people are talking about like the roommates. Like there's questions I have there too. I mean, doesn't mean I don't think that like we don't have questions, Melissa. We always have.
We always have.
It is what it is. So good to see you, Richie, as always, dear.
Right. So happy Easter, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for members only Monday. So thank you, mods. I know holding it down tonight. Oh, bitch, just leave like that. And no, not you, bitch, Tanel. I was calling Shay a bitch because she just appeared. But thank you guys for fucking Irish goodbye, Shay. Happy Easter. I hope you all have an amazing night, and I will see you guys tomorrow for members only Monday. So get some rest, and I will see you guys then.